bitter and sweet 何をしてても daydreaming yeah 君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Let's go, let's side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go.
up a seat. Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He might have said it.
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick! What a way to close things out!
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is
am so excited for today. It's gonna be perfect. Nothing can go wrong. I am so excited for our games! Oh no! Not the Doombot server! Oh, I'm gonna need help with this one. Oh. Kyoto! Kyoto!
Yep.
I've spilled Red Bull in the server. The Doombots are out of control. I need your help.
Okay guys, time to lock in. Sit down. If we get, guys, be careful. If we get Lee Sin, this will be harder than BDS. Okay, everyone go top. Everyone go top. Another P4.
Okay, just go top. I will wait.
Over the wall, over the other side. Yes, good. And now bait. And now we kill the 2 Doombots here already. Click one time forward. Wait, don't go, don't go, don't go. You guys can go. Free 2 kills. Good job.
They're so bad, no?
Nice.
EDS was better.
Oh!
What do I do now?
Now just go to your lanes.
Top.
What is happening top?
I'm going top. We are losing a top tower.
What?
That's a good death, by the way. Oh my god. I flanked them. Oh my god, he was out.
But we are playing volleyball next series, by the way.
Actually, I understand why he picked police.
Wish.
Wait,
oh, you just got outplayed!
This guy is better than the Whisper, by the way. What?
There is a ward that you can TP to do damage on that one. We need to... Stop farming! Stop farming!
What? No, we need... Guys, fucking LP on bot! What are you doing? I need help! I go. Okay. What do I buy?
A prismatic, open and...
Finish it.
No, wait.
No. Not sure if I have to be better. Point him up, Bichma. I'm doing.
Nice! Check! Yes!
Come mid. Get with him. Ah, but let's get rid of
This guy, what? Noah. What are you?
I mean, we are not
we are not playing that's for sure. The only one that can, that's why the only one that can end the game is Gwen, because you need to dodge that auto attack with the W.
Yeah. What's happening in there? Hello? Pentakill. Don't go, wait. Don't go for the base, it's not. No, but what? No! What is you are calling me? Wait.
The only one that can end the closer, like the game wants to prevent you guys from killing, you know?
Who said the Doombots were too difficult? GX doesn't think so. Are you guys good at it?
I won twice.
I won twice?
Yeah, but they're doing the cheese thing where they're trying to end the game instead of just fighting Veigar honorably.
I see.
But I also didn't get Lee Sin in my game, so I think that's why I won.
Lee Sin it's canon. It's literally canon on Lee Sin.
I see. Anyways, welcome everybody to the last day of the year in our LEC studio, because we're heading to Madrid next week and we're still looking for one team to join KC, G2 and MKOI there out of GX and Fnatic today. So that is absolutely amazing. Also, just want to tell you that League of Legends Game Changers has finally started. This is the first official EMEA competition with the best teams of the region facing off over 3 weeks of group stage before meeting again for Fearless Best of 5 playoffs and an offline final in Paris at the end of October. You can watch over on the channels below and you can stay up to date at LOL Game Changers on X, which is absolutely amazing. So go support the players if you can, of course. And yeah, we have a couple of minutes here before we get into the match intro, and I wanted to talk about something that I saw popping up online in an interview with Supa, where he was talking specifically about mental health, but also health in general in the teams, and how that is something that is, he says that mostly them and G2 are doing it a lot, but Odoamne, do you sense a change in how much focus there's been on these aspects of the game as a player or not?
I wouldn't really say so, because I worked with both of them. I work with Luis, who is now with MKOI, and previously was GX, and I also worked with Isma, who is with G2. And I feel like outside of these two individuals, the orgs are not really prioritizing it so much. But I did feel a significant impact when I had Isma, because Isma and Luis were both doing different things. but they were also, you know, Luis was more of a lifestyle coach in that sense, you know, being physically fit and everything, while Ispa was more on the psychology side. But for me, they were huge game changers when it came to what they were doing and how much better it was making us as a team or as players play.
Might be a reason why they're the top 2 teams in our league.
Yeah, I mean, I fully echo what Odo was saying about Isma as someone that worked with him as well. Yeah, I think he's just so creative in the ways, and he always explains to you why you're doing things. I feel like as a pro player, you get told to do things and it's good for your health, but Isma always has clear reasons why he's doing things, and if you're curious, he will show you the papers supporting that. So he really knows what he's talking about.
He was like, I was tilting, and he's like, this is why you're tilting. And I'm like, no, just let me, I want to be mad, let me be angry. I just want to tilt in peace.
Yeah, Broken Blade also commented on that. I think G2 is they're also very vocal about it, right? And Jack, I think that's a good thing, like to be vocal about this, to show the positive things it can have, because honestly, a pro player season, I know people love to meme sometimes, be like, oh, well, you're playing video games for a living, but if you're a team that goes to the internationals, that has to do kind of all of the socials and all of the content pieces, you can easily kind of forget that you also have to take care of your mental, so you really need something in place.
Yeah, for sure. For me, the times where I experienced like burnout and when I was like struggling mentally was when I abandoned my good habits and kind of just played League all day, every day, and you kind of lose some piece of yourself. And sure, like you play better in the moment, but then like once that continues going on, eventually it just leads to downfall.
It's true. It is very, very important. So we just wanted to highlight that. Broken Blade did also say yesterday in PGL that he feels that on a good day, again, if they're well prepared, that GX can take down Fnatic. But we've heard that from a couple of players. And the winner of today goes to Madrid. This is really, Finn, this is last saloon. This is the last chance. This could be for Fnatic or for GX, the last time we see them on a stage.
I mean, this is everything. It's the culmination of their whole efforts across the entire year. And none of these teams want to go out like this. They both want to make it to Madrid. For GX getting that home crowd, and for Fnatic showing that they still can compete for the LEC title that they've been craving for so long. I just imagine there's so much tenseness in the air right now, and I feel like both these teams just really wants to show why they deserve to go there.
And on the topic of a good day, we haven't really seen a lot of good days, you know, like fully good days from GX, because we've seen, you know, their early games being great, getting leads and struggling to convert, but we did see in Madrid when pressure was high that they did deliver. So I am hopeful that today at least is again one of those good days for GX.
You want to say something?
I mean, the thing is, you talk about tenseness, but when Fnatic start to get in tense situations,
I mean, history doesn't really favor them right now. Let's just say that.
It's true. Just a quick reminder before I forget, next week there will be no LEC. We're all getting ready and heading to Madrid. I think maybe Karzi booked the flights there. It's gonna
long flights.
Go around the world. We'll be our next show will be on Friday, the 26th, and that is where we will see Fnatic or GX up versus KC. For Fnatic, it would be kind of insane. I feel like there's a lot of discourse around Fnatic. Like the fans have not been happy for a while, I feel like, because of the pedigree that they're living up to as Fnatic. But in terms of Worlds, Jack, they haven't missed Worlds as an organization since 2016. They made 11 out of 13.
Yeah, for me, I'm conflicted when it comes to the Fnatic fans, because I get that it sucks to lose over and over again to G2. At the same time, though, most of the teams would love to be in the position that Fnatic is, to be consistently a top team in our league, usually top 2, top 3, and one of the best teams.
That's also true. Glass half full, Finn.
And walk a day in the shoes of a Rogue fan, and then tell me how it is.
No, thank you. For Fnatic, there's also, of course, Oscar and Razork who could make it to Spain, which is really, really big. And then for GX, I feel like I'm left wanting, you know, because all I've been hearing this whole year, Odo, is they're so good, guys. Believe us. Our scrims are absolutely insane. The algorithm gave us the best. The algorithm gave us the best mid laner ever. No, they didn't say that. But I mean, come on, there's so much promise. But this is really it, you know?
There is a lot in this, and you know, everyone's bashing on the fact that they're scrim gods, but even, you know, like a broken clock is right at some point, right?
Twice a day.
Twice a day, yeah, I guess that's how it went. And I'm especially looking at, you know, Noah and June, because there's such a big grudge for them, because when you think about Noah and June, when they came into the league, they came into Fnatic, right? And they were always doing, you know, great. And then it was like, you know, the fan pressure and everything. And now they finally have an environment with GX where they have, you know, enough support. They can flourish in their own way and bring GX to you know, to the promised land, because it is time, with how much everyone is saying behind the scenes, that it is time for them to be in the top 4.
I think the clock is only broken when the scrim results don't transfer to stage, because normally the best teams in scrims are the best teams. It's more of an anomaly that we see teams do really well in scrims and then do badly on stage. And maybe fans will think, no, but we've heard it before. But that's because if a team loses and they do bad in scrims, do you think they're going to say, oh, we were just really bad in scrims?
Maybe. We hear that often, but then, you know, when they win, that's when they usually say they were bad in scrims. But Finn, is everything about bot lane in this best of 5? On the other side, we have Upset and Mickey, who did not have the best week last week.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, just bring it back to last offseason. Like, Noah and June were scapegoated of Fnatic. They kept the entire top side and they got rid of that bot lane. They clearly saw that that bot lane was the issue. This is their chance to show that they were not the problem in that Fnatic roster. Going up against this new bot lane, I feel like it's all going to be about those early games, because Fnatic puts a lot of emphasis on the bot lane early game, send Razork down there a lot. Meanwhile, Noah and June and the entirety of GX is a really good early game team, if not one of the strongest early game teams we have in the league right now. So those first 14 minutes are crucial and paramount to how the rest of the game is going to go.
I think Isma has been growing. I think he also was put in like a difficult positions, I want to say. Oduwamne, do you think he can facilitate that? Like, do you think GX really have a shot here?
Definitely. I think Isma is probably unironically GX's best player, even though, you know, Noah and June are the main power, the driving force. I feel like he is the catalyst of the way GX is getting early game leads, and it's still going to be from bot lane, like Finn mentioned, but it is Isma, he will be the person that's going to bring all of these leads to them.
Okay, who predicts what? Jack Spectra.
Giant X, baby. 3-2.
3-2, okay, Finn.
That's a Jack Spectra. I think Fnatic is going to take it 3-1. I think they are the better team.
I'm also on the Fnatic hype train. I do think it's going to be a 3-1.
Okay, we've got 2 Fnatic, 1 GX. I will abstain. I just want fun, and I want 5 games like I always do. Don't let anyone tell you different. But right now, Laura's standing by with Jackies and Poby in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
Thank you so much, Shox. It's a clash in the mid lane today, and I'm standing by with Jackies ahead of this one. How are you doing? Because we saw pretty much everything and anything on social media. The humble GX, the GX is going to go to war, clap some kids. Like, yeah, what's the attitude today?
I mean, as BB said yesterday, right? If we are on a good day, we're the best team out of the 3, right? As a Big Daddy BB says. So Big Daddy BB is always right. Okay. So today we woke up everyone very well. So yeah, we're just gonna show it on the Rift.
Yeah, it's been a thing. Giant XD or Gen Gx. Like we hope it's gonna be Gen Gx today.
I hope so
like,
too.
How did you make sure that you were gonna stabilize your gameplay? Because it has been a lot of ups and downs for you guys.
I mean, that's what you will find out on the Rift, right? It's not like we can prepare for it, but yeah, I mean, we just go on the stage and just play our game and hope it works.
You were hoping and looking forward to playing against Poby. What's the reason?
Well, I mean, I see all the hype about the killable Demon King, you know, but yeah, I mean, it's gonna be fun, right? I think I saw him play against almost every mid, and he was doing very well. So even from scrims, I think it's a fun matchup because he always fights back, kinda. So yeah, it's gonna be an exciting mid matchup. You
were saying, I don't want to give too much, but you guys were having a lot of fun in scrims, playing against each other. What was it about?
I mean, there's a lot of pocket picks, I think, going on. So I hope it goes to game 5, honestly, because it's gonna be very fun for me at least. So
I'm so excited. Do you have a message for him?
I mean, just good luck, you know.
All right. Good luck, Jackies. Thank you so much. Good luck on the game today. And yeah, the road doesn't end here because we have Poby now to answer back. Poby, thank you so much for joining me. What do you think of GX as a team?
I think GX bot lane is really strong, but we bot lane is better, and they play well with objectives.
And what do you think of Jackies? He's looking forward to meet you.
Nothing special, he just good, but I'm confident.
All right, today is really important. A world qualification on the line if you make it to Madrid. What are your thoughts on today's game?
I think really important match today. We should win with good performance to make words.
Do you have a message for GX ahead of the game?
GX, your road, and with me.
Let's go! Shots fired! Poby out here. They're not even strays. They're straight on target as the team's about to get onto stage. I'm Draco's joined by Namera and Dagda for this best of 5 between GX and Fnatic.
And perhaps the road could end here, but maybe they can learn to off-road. It should be a match which delivers more than I think a lot of people thought earlier in the year. I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, I just feel a little bad for Jackies. He was so respectful. It was like, you know, this guy's pretty good at lane.
This is why, if you're going to do a rap song, Vedius knows this, you always want to go last. Because you always get this, you're going to respond, you're going to drop the hot fire. It never feels as good when you go first. And
Jackie is uncharacteristically polite. Poby, I'd say, uncharacteristically spicy there with a little bit of that trash talk, but we'll see if he can back it up. If he can prove that Jackie's is nothing special, or if, well, he's going to live to regret those words, because obviously GX coming off of an insanely dominant 3-0, whereas Fnatic, even though it went 5 games, it was a shaky 5 games, boys, I think it's safe to say.
And that's why we're getting this conversation now. We've heard from BB and Caps yesterday in PGL, for those of you that didn't watch that. BB was saying, look, if GX play their best, all of the teams are good in scrims, but GX are the best of them. We've had a couple of things like that now, where people are wondering whether actually, despite GX promising a lot this year and not delivering on much of it, some people are really starting to get hyped for this team.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is a promising early game as well. Like, so consistently we see this team get leads in the early game. I think EMEA has been absolutely fantastic and instrumental to them finding that success, but it kind of gets to the mid game and a little whoopsie here or there, and suddenly it's not looking so delightful for the GX boys.
And that was kind of what worked against them the last time we saw these two teams play. Of course, that was spring playoffs, so it's been quite a while, but there were moments where GX was getting those early games. They were finding those advantages, but ultimately not able to transition a 1 or 2K gold lead into a convincing game when only found that single win in the series. We'll see if today is a different story, as we're already almost out of the pants. Mostly things that you would expect coming out. Nico and the Wukong. Wukong kind of standing out to me. I think a little bit more targeted at EMEA in terms of his overall comfort.
The One surprising to me as well. I mean, still Jackie's is kind of one of the two people alongside Jojo Pyun who's willing to still bring it out, but now with the Poppy ban, Azir left open, Talia left open, and the Azir taken immediately.
I wonder whether Jackie's thinks about going towards Talia, Orianna, or Annie. I think there are multiple lane matchups which do fine into the Azir, but the danger already is Azir is the textbook mid laner, and if you're going to talk about Poby and the way people talk about this mid laner, if you give him a textbook, he knows every single sentence in it. He's very good at playing towards it. Jackie's has got a task ahead of him.
Jackie's, of course, with Talia, a little bit more potential perhaps to impact the rest of the map, and Azir can be that late game scaling threat, although for Fnatic, look, it's been a little bit one note. Now it's a pretty good note. It's a sick note. They've really figured out the chord, but it really all comes down to upset more often than not. So Poby, not in a utility role, not in a setup role, may need to play more selfishly. The team may need to look to set him up instead, as EMEA debating which of the proactive junglers he wants to go for.
Yeah, I imagine it will be the Xin Zhao, sets up nicely for a strong mid jungle. And then the question is for Razork on the opposite side, does he end up just defaulting to something like the Trundle here, which has worked out? And even if you want to go for the Sion in this next rotation, I think you're just setting up for a very strong front-to-back team fight, with some early pressure coming through from your jungle.
I really like both those picks you mentioned there, because if you pick the Trundle and the Sion, of course, like, you've got yourself a really good kind of dual front line. Of course, it's not like GX could pick it on the other side. Instead, choosing to go towards a bit more bot lane priority. If they lock Zyra Khan, you can only lock one of your bot laners in response now as GX, and you're likely going to eat double bans on the other role in your 2v2 bot lane.
See who they're willing to get pinched here. Of course, we expect Jun and Mickey both to be the kind of players that are willing to cook, willing to try new things. So for Jun, maybe more comfortable going later into the draft is, I mean, both the Ezreal and the Vars have looked solid in the hands of Noah. Although GX certainly taking their time here.
I think you can't really go for the Varus in this situation, because I think you've still got Vi, you've still got Trundle, and you've still got the Jarvan, which would all make Varus' life a little bit miserable. So I like the option in towards the Ezreal. Until you get further into the draft and there's less of those dive-heavy junglers, I think you're in a better spot.
Which really sucks, because that would have been great against the carries that they have. But this is the problem with drafts. While you can counter one role, you have to be wary of what hasn't been picked in the same time as well. So Noah goes towards the Ezreal, a champion which he found a lot of success on. Back on Fnatic too, of course, too. He's a great player of this champion. Fnatic, well, at least with Oscar and Razork, who played with him last year, will have some more in-depth knowledge about that one.
Now the Bard taken away. Again, a nice kind of engage tool coming in from the Tempered Fate, as well as some nice level 1 damage. Don't want to give that option over to Jun. He's definitely looked comfortable on the pick thus far, but it's Vi. Razork now being targeted in the second bans from GX. Not really too surprising, right? A lot of jungle attention from both sides in terms of the overall bans. And certainly two players who have been pretty impactful for the lineup overall. Razork, he's going bot, but he does it damn well, and EMEA certainly been stepping up alongside Jun.
Yeah, I like the focus on the jungle bans. I think you can still go towards something like the Jarvan if you want to, but with Ezreal on the opposite side, maybe you're less inclined. Like, there is still the Talia that you can try and focus down there, which should be fine, but yeah, I think you've got enough options as Fnatic. I wasn't sure if on that last rotation for bans they want to try and focus on a top lane ban, because I think Oscarinin probably going to go towards like the Sion blind, so I don't know if you wanted to get rid of something like a Gwen or something that can do well into him in that top side.
well locked in gives you the engage which you really need. I will say one of our issues with GX has been if it's only Jun on engage, they can sometimes struggle to find those clean fights in mid-game. This is somewhat edging towards that from GX. The Xin Zhao can jump forwards, but it's not really hard engage in the same way. It's very conditional right there. So GX, I wonder whether they need a little bit more from Lot, actually. I mean, you could think towards even something like an Ambassador even, just to follow up. Have to think through some of these options as Fnatic round out their own comp with a really, really nice team fighting pick of the Rumble here. They have some really good range to play around across all of their lanes now.
Final lock-in is going to be the Nocturne. You talked about a lack of secondary engage. Well, Fnatic aren't concerned about it themselves, it would appear, as we really just have the Rakan to kick off fights, along with the Nocturne. Obviously provides the damage, a bit of fear, but not necessarily the safe Scion blind pick we were expecting from Fnatic. Instead, something much more powerful, yes, but maybe something that is going to leave the comp a little bit lopsided.
Yeah, I thought with the Rumble they were going to go towards the Jarvan and just say, look, we're not going to try and focus down the Ezreal, we'll just try and kill Taliyah in fights, and you've got that hot pot combo, which can work incredibly well. But instead, they end up going towards the Nocturne, which feels a bit odd because there's not a huge amount of dive, and this feels much more like front to back style from Fnatic. So the Nocturne kind of just feels like more to cause chaos in a fight that's just going to go toe to toe.
I think Fnatic now look at this comp and they say, all right, we have a bunch of ways to kind of just peel back, have a slightly extra bit of range. I'm worried of that GX. They're going to try and collect gap close onto the Azir, the Zion, the Rumble, and everyone else can kind of add into the peeling efforts on it. Lot might be able to get a good enough flank to get someone out of the fight with his all out. Perhaps Jun can get that clumped up engage. But I think coming out of this draft, Fnatic, if it gets to even 5v5s, have a lot of tools to play it with. So JaNX will need to make sure they are not even 5v5s.
Yeah, I think it's just difficult to, like, without a true tank, and you got the Cassandra to just take so much space, I think it's just difficult for Fnatic at times if they ever do end up falling behind. So, as you're saying, EMEA, I think if GX get off to a good win here, like, they've decent side lane with the Taliyah, and I think they can just snowball this game out of control.
Yeah, you can obviously see the picture-perfect team fight for Fnatic. It involves pushing a lot of R buttons simultaneously. It's been 7 years!
Oh, God!
That's almost generational trauma. Give us a few more. We can usher in a new generation. There could be some children that are equally disappointed in Fnatic now at this stage. As we get into the first game in this best-of-5 matchup, of course, both teams desperate to find that win. GX winning out on the cross-group decider to make it to this first round of playoffs. Fnatic dropping down from the upper bracket to find themselves in this do-or-die situation.
Gosh, talking about children and stuff. I was thinking about Ambition's kid the other day, named him Jarvan the Fifth because of his presidents of that.
That's incredible.
Gosh, we're getting towards that kind of era now, and I'm not sure I like it.
I mean, you kind of got to respect it, but I can't imagine the decision-making process there for the family, you know?
We can ask Hysterics what his kid is going to be named at some stage.
Yes, yes. I did meet a guy one day who named his daughter Leona, and the wife did not know it was a League of Legends reference until he met me and I think Ender at a coffee shop. She was not pleased. Anyway, moving through, as we have a bit of level 1 trading here. GX have a bit more, upfront CC. Know that they don't really have too much to be worried about level 1, so are going to force Razork back.
Big focus, I think, throughout the entirety of the series is going to be on early game, given that's where, Rob mentioned this before. GX have been really good in early game. But it's not like Fnatic haven't had teeth there too, of course. And particularly when it comes to where that is going to come through, bot lane is so important to keep your eyes on.
I'm slightly disappointed in Mickey. I really saw him in that position. I was like, they're going to try and just immediately chunk Noah out of the lane, but not going to be the case. But either way, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how both these teams try and face up, especially as you start to get towards that mid-game point.
Of course, before we get into the matchup, which will naturally be bot lane focused, a brief look to the top side to celebrate Mr. Oscar Rendon himself. It wasn't too long ago he joined the league. Now 200 games deep. But of course, on the opposite side for GX, it's a similar story for your boy Isma. Also coming in, looking fresh, a hot 100 for himself. So shout out to both those players. I think both of them have been through ups and downs, right? But are here fighting for this position in Madrid. A lot on the line, but a lot to celebrate as well.
I think especially for Isma, I think this guy has really stepped up over the course of summer, and even we saw guys like Jackie's talking about at the podcast with Noah that it was such an important addition to the team, and they learned how to play with them, learned how aggressive he wants to be in the jungle, how they could try and support that, and it feels now he's slotted in incredibly nicely onto this roster. And he's starting to thrive in this early game.
And I think considering where he started this year, I think he's improved so much. I'd say even maybe the most improved player across LEC this year. His performance is going to be very critical here against Fnatic, because you are against Razork, who we know can have some very, very high highs, and you cannot take him for granted at all. And particularly, I think with these two junglers, we have to see how they impact bot lane, because we know that bot lane is not just one lane on its own. Junglers going down there, like we saw Fnatic in game 1 versus MKOI, really push them there and set up their AD carry to be ahead.
Yeah, and I let that graphic linger for a second, but I want to draw everyone's eyes to the bot lane proximity. Bprox, the second line, 21.4, biggest number in our league by a huge margin. He has a timeshare in bottom lane. He is a second support. I know he's playing Nocturne, so you wouldn't guess it. But when the inevitable...
Look, I've seen Mickey's match history. There's a Nocturne in there somewhere.
There probably is. He will be bot lane. The question is, where will Isma be in the meantime? Will he be attacking the top side, or will he look to match? Nice knockup connects on the Jun, was just barely clipped. Mickey gets just the edge of the hitbox, so Jun takes a massive trade, loses the heal now, doesn't have the flash either.
And with that trade there, I wonder whether Razork feels like he could walk into bot jungle as well, knowing that his bot lane has the first move.
Isma forced to flash too. This is excellent start from Fnatic.
Isma trying to contest when he'd already got his mid laner pushed out. Now Mickey taking a bit of an aggressive trade here, but still, kind of, Isma didn't really have a right to be there. You can see you had to back his Jackies because a good trade coming through from Poby, push on bottom side as well. So Isma burning his flash now in the early stages makes him a little less potent when he comes for these ganks.
Especially with Nishin's, I was such an important character in the early game. Always is when that one's picked, but this is why, I mean, the script kind of writes itself for this game. Really, the junglers want to influence that bot lane as much as possible, but can't go forward to get pops.
Going out, dash back. Mickey hoping just to clip Noah there, really try to get more. Again, I think in a perfect situation, Upset has more mana, and they can force that wave in, leverage Razork's prio, leverage as fast as they force that flash to get a dive, but Jun resetting just means Noah's zoned off of a few creeps, but the wave only just now crashing, so isn't too big of a loss outside of the subs.
Still, I think you're happy enough for Fnatic. Like, Razork's now clearing out his camps on the top side, going to be able to reset in a moment. Sorry, has already reset it, so has a nice little items for himself. I think if you can try and punish onto this bottom side towards Jun again after this bounce back, I think you're in a good spot.
Ooh. Poby forced a flash in the 1v1. And we heard so much, right? Jackie's talking about it like they've done well in scrims, but the lane phase has never really gone in his favor.
And Poby misses the cannon. It's disaster. You know, the textbook is being rewritten. We need to have like an errata to the textbook. What's happening?
I think for Jackie's, remember last time these guys played, we had the Czech mid laner duo interview. He might be firing back on behalf of the former Fnatic mid laner. You know, there's a little more fire, a little more motivation this time when they play.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done from Jackie's. And again, you're kind of alluding to it. He said in interviews that found it difficult to play against Poby when it came to the laning phase, just because Poby felt like he just had everything down to what was written shall be done.
Yeah.
But Jackie's found a nice little advantage for himself.
You're getting a bit cultish there. What shall be written shall be done.
Yes.
I grew up in a Catholic country.
It's the Church of Poby now. We've decided. There's one thing we can do for Poby. It's assign other famous Korean players' brandings to him.
There's always room for another denomination.
There we are. And GX, of course, doing what they can to cover here. Razork sticking around, forces Isma to stick around, but Isma happy to just pick up the Grom. And while Fnatic definitely locking Jun on the bottom side of the map, they haven't been able to accrue too many greater advantages, but Drake will be theirs.
Yeah, and just the whole control of bot side. GX have not been able to go into the enemy jungle on bot side. Fnatic just taking that slight edge in the bot lane 2v2, using that to just get the first move on bot lane. You can see that giving them access to that Dragon Wish, as you just mentioned.
I think the big thing is delaying Noah's first reset, right? Would really like to start stacking the tier early, hope for the 2-item power spike. The full stack on the tier is going to be pretty significantly delayed now at this stage.
It's also the fact that you can't reset and get out of this lane, right? Like at 4 minutes so regularly we see these lane swaps, so if you're in a bit of a bad time, you can try and get away from it. This time around though, because Fnatic are dictating the pace of this bottom lane, they'll be able to reset now off this wave crash, look to rotate towards this top side, have control for Void Grubs, and it gives just so much opportunities now for Fnatic to play off of this strong bot lane. Like, look at where Noah is as this wave crashes. He's had to dip the entire way back.
It's true, and looks like well, which lane is he going to choose to go towards, actually, if he goes to go back here? I wonder whether they choose to lane swap here and just say, get the Ezreal out of it.
It's really tough because the wave is crashing now. Lot finally gets the push out and will reset, but they are a little bit behind the clock. Jun interrupt there is big. Something both members, so you can't get the cheeky couples recall.
So I really think that in this iteration of LEC playoffs, the best teams we've seen have had good understanding of lane swaps, and reset stop like that and holding the wave like this can actually be very impactful, because now you see Lot will collect much more of the wave than he wouldn't have had access to if Jun had not done that.
Especially because he'd already TP'd back to the top lane, so the fact that Jun was able to hold on to this is huge. He's now swapped his summoner spells over to the teleport so he can get back up towards that top side.
Noah?
Reset. Oh, wasn't quite, but still.
What's really important here is that you managed to collect both waves basically right at your turret hit. They managed to capture right up hit. That's the gold standard for a lane swap.
Yeah.
Works out perfectly.
Good look. You're now in a position to force that wave out, take control of the top side of the map, and GX have already set their vision up around the Herald, right? Excuse me, the Grubs. The next big objective focus. ISMA is there too. Now, Razor crucially has ticked over to level 6. Doesn't have that first major item completion, but where this first Nocturne ult goes, how it goes, often a very clear indicator for what kind of Nocturne game we're going to see. As Poby, good backstep there, and Fnatic priority position despite the vision setup from GX on the objective, but ISMA doesn't hesitate to just kick this one off.
It's a good call from GX. They've already pushed the upside out of that top side because they were able to gate him off thanks to this 3-man move from GX. So I like the way GX are playing this. Off of that, a quicker reset to the top side. They've now moved in for Grubs.
So Razork did manage to get the first one, so it's not going to be a full 3 set, but ISMA will save the smite until the last one, and it will be a 2-to-1 Grub trade in favor of GX.
Definitely feels pretty good. Good leverage of what was a pretty poor landing situation on the bottom side of the map, but the pressure a lot was able to build in the 1v1. Looks solid as Jun now level 6. Debating if he wants to kick this one off. Good engage to kick things off. No ulti also going to connect. Mickey forced to backstep. Upset moving out, but has to be careful when he ults. Can't afford to let a Mystic Shot hit his support. Fnatic able to retreat, but GX get the Grubs, get 2 stacks, and now putting some pressure down topside.
Great timing from Jun there. As you get Mickey going back, immediately gets the engage, and now Fnatic going to be a little bit nervous to try and step up on this top side of the map, because on the bottom half, Oscar Rinnan actually managed to deny a wave alongside Razork from Lost and get that turret plate that was relatively low for himself. So getting a nice little bit of a money investment to Oscar Rinnan.
And now we saw earlier Upset and Mickey get themselves an advantage in lane, use that control of the map. Can they do the same here?
There. Jun isolated, however. Chase coming from Razork does get clipped by the stun. Jun leaps out, and they're going to be all right. ISMA now ready to follow, forcing the flash. Mickey needs to get the hell out of there. That's the ulti used. Poby also just going to try and slide and glide out. Jackie's no ulti skilled. Can probably just pop it. Has holding the skill point, I assume, as is just going to settle for the chunk out onto Poby. GX playing fearlessly. This game started with them getting so many summoner spells on the side of Fnatic, and they didn't do anything with that advantage.
Still though, GX I think are playing the map better. The fact that they managed to get that reset 4-0 early, gate upset off of the early Void Grove so then they can pick them up, and they're now controlling how Razork ends up using that ultimate in the early stages. Like, even though GX are opening up a massive goal lead, they are still putting a ton of pressure onto Fnatic, and they're kind of fumbling it a little bit.
And now we get this point where, yes, you talked about the power of the Nocturne ult, and it tells a lot about the game. When we do see that first Talir ult, potentially while the Paranoia is down, perhaps GX can then start to determine where the next big play will be made, especially with the Dragon up in a minute, maybe the angle towards that.
I think for GX, this is essentially everything you could want, even after some small fumbles in those early bot lane trades. Feeling pretty confident about the way things are going. Small gold leads. And the big thing, again, the Nocturne team is the team we know that needs to snowball. And for GX, kind of winning out on the early game, now it comes to converting that, continuing to build a lead, build an advantage for themselves.
It's going to be difficult for them to try and leverage that lead into the Dragon, though. Oscar Rinnan dropped a wave top to hold on to his teleport, whereas Lot TP'd to the top wave. So Lot got the turret plate and a wave advantage, but Oscar Rinnan wants to keep that TP for the Dragon. So Giant X need to find some way to either move Lot down, but with the bounce now, it's incredibly difficult for GX to play everywhere on the map.
And that could be a real issue, because Fnatic, I think if they get set up on an objective first later into the game, with stuff like the Equalizer protecting and engage towards them, the Azir ult is kind of disengaged too, I think that if you give Fnatic too many dragons, especially if you can't fight for this one with Lot not having teleport, that gives Fnatic a late game advantage to play around.
Definitely does. We've seen it a lot, right? When you have to fight into the Azir, into characters like Xayah, the team fights get so much more difficult, and so much of that is decided by vision setup, by Cryo in the lanes, although Oscar still suffering here in the isolated 1v1. Hasn't completed that first item, crucially. The Kanak Rook for Lot just makes these trades so effortless, whereas Oscar has to be a bit smarter about how he approaches this.
Also, one of the nerfs to Rumble was that max HP damage, right? So into the tanks, not going to be just as strong as it was, especially with that early Kanak picked up, as you said, Dracos. But Fnatic again, you can already see Oscar Rinnan backed right away from Lot in that top side. Knew that he might need to TP into this play. Fnatic using that to the advantage.
No, buffer on the knockup, but we'll walk away as maybe Fnatic look to continue their plays on the bottom side. Instead, though, just going to look mid. Semi-global threat of the Nocturne has to be respected. Not something that they've used yet, however.
Semi-global on the opposite side, though, as Jackie's has started to move in towards his top side, and Oscar Rinnan a little bit low. Wasn't sure if they want to try and go for the dive off of that push from Lost.
Mickey? Okay! Jun, rightfully so, didn't expect him to keep walking forward like a psycho, so
Otherwise, that stun might have connected.
Yeah, and we were just talking about that semi-global. Really want to just highlight this again. This is not actually an error. Jackie's just holding on to a skill point for that ult. You mentioned that earlier, but worth noting that again. Jackie's can put it into that, still cast the ultimate. Here he goes.
Oh, here he goes. Nocturne ult now coming out. Razor caught on the wrong side, but Poby moving into position. Good equalizer here for the fight, but Isma, an excellent ult to respond. Now blocking so much of the incoming damage. Oscar caught out, in trouble. Poby trying to fire back, but a perfect flick from Jackie's. Poby sends a packet into the tower, but it's too damn late. GX picking up 2 kills.
Jackie's holds on to the point in the ultimate and casts it at the right time to use the semi-global. GX get themselves the first kills of the series.
Huge plays from Giant X. The invade was clutch, and it looked like Fnatic were in a decent spot to cover, but Giant X managing to get the advantage. Now Jun looking for Mickey once more, has to escape over the wall.
And that is one of the strengths of this composition, right? You have the Taliyah, you have the Xin. Really easy to make these aggressive plays happen. When the Nocturne's ulting defensively, it doesn't look as good.
Now, and here, it's a nice invade off of the cross map. They had Poby getting knocked out by the wall, means that they're able to set up well, and you called in the fight Dracos. The ultimate means that Isma just takes no damage from that equalizer, and Jackie's is in such a good spot to work with Lock, the double knockback, and Poby just really doesn't have the damage to carry these fights from this position.
Real credit to GX. Typically, when you fight into a choke point against an equalizer and the Azir, that's pretty much lights out. You actually get something off of that. GX now have a slim gold lead. It's good for them.
You gotta feel for Jackie, though. He's having a great time. He's watching his beefy front line distract them as they walk into the perfect pinch, and he can just lay down the CC. They can't dodge it. There's nothing they can do. Having a hell of a time. Didn't know how he was going to fare in the lane. He talked about it himself. Well, it's looking good in and out of the lane as he's now 700 gold up individually. First item completed. It is a bit more of a scaling item. With the Sundered Sky as well, this GX comp is starting to look pretty scary.
But this is where we've seen GX have got these leads, and it has been their expertise to get these leads. Now we have to see how their time has grown as we've seen them last, because against BDS, they had a good time controlling themselves in the mid-gaming, funneling these leads into victories. But I want to see if they can do that now against Fnatic too.
Yes. No shade to BDS, but the team play and coordination
slightly higher.
Was bad in that series for them.
Just going back to
GX quick to punish.
Quickly, looking at this, there is actually a control spotting out Razork as his ultimate just comes back up. So actually, GX have great advanced notice of where Razork is.
Hopefully leverage it to respond as the vision battle continues on the top side. Herald now coming through. GX in a much better position for these top side objectives. They have had to concede 2 Drakes, but that 1,000 gold lead, the extra grub. Now perhaps the Herald to follow as Fnatic are trying to get control, but Noah, just so easy for him to push out this mid wave with that ulti right on cue and just give a push advantage to the side of GX.
It's also, if you can't, well, they've now brute forced their way in the river, but if you can't brute force your way in, the Taliyah wall can do so much damage to your potential team fight. Which is why I think Fnatic kind of need to hold on to this river control as Isma spots out Razork.
Goes in on Razork instantly. Razork probably just dead here. Mickey trying to find the retreat. Razork on the way out. Charm coming in from Mickey just in time. Razork still retreating, but Mickey probably going to have to pay the price. Wants to dash out, and that's the feat of warfare to the side of GX. GX, bloodthirsty, not afraid to just force.
And that one control lord we highlighted, it was there the entire time, giving them the info to know how many numbers were coming to the play. That will open up the Herald.
And I'm going to tell you right now, it is not good to be the guy playing the Nocturne when the enemy jungler is playing like that, diving right in your face, because it doesn't get easier. It does not. And GX happy to have yet another objective, extend their gold lead, and I wish I could tell you that this was the moment where their incredible macro took over and they would dominate, but this is why GX are in this battle for fourth in the first place, is this is where the questions come up. But so far, they're giving us a pretty damn good answer.
I do think, though, this is a bit of an easier comp to try and play out through for that victory, right? And I think GX have already shown they have a good understanding of how to play for it. You have Jackie's in a side lane, using his pressure alongside Isma to constantly fish for these plays, fish for these engagements. And Fnatic always have to play on the back foot. And I think that's why I'm still kind of surprised to see Fnatic go for this Nocturne in this first rotation, because it just doesn't really feel like it's been able to fit into the composition as a whole, and hasn't really been able to fight against the Xin Zhao in these early stages either. So the value from the Nocturne hasn't really come to fruition here.
No. And we have a semi-global on each side, right? And it feels like GX are the ones who are more willing to pull the trigger. And if you have the semi-global and you are caught in the setup, it's always going to feel bad. It's always going to feel terrible. If you're the proactive TF, the proactive Nocturne, the proactive Taliyah, that champion feels broken. If you are reacting with that ulti, God, it is useless.
Fnatic are going to get themselves early third dragon here, though. That's not bad for them. We're talking a lot of good things about GX, but we did say, I mean, it was Finn had a great phrase for it. 2 dragons is a little bit of a warning. 3 dragons is a threat. Fnatic could use a soul later into the game.
Well, Not enough threat to scare them off of mid, however. Isma's now looking to kick the fight off. Does get locked up. Ulti forced out, Redemption used as well. Mickey just fast enough to get out of the range of that seismic shove. And GX keeping pressure up, but there's not really a lot on the map to take. 2 minutes till Otacon going to be the big buff, and the one where no matter what team is playing in this league, you start to get a little bit nervous. Because games are won and lost.
It's where games go to die.
But for who, I guess, is the question that we're always going to have to ask ourselves.
At least not from an entertainment standpoint.
No, definitely not from an entertainment standpoint.
Whoever cooked that up over in the right game there, like you know we
so,
wanted blood.
How do we make an objective perfectly designed to embarrass European teams? Anyway, Razork now kicking off on the bottom side. Jackie's so confident so many times he has the setup. Overstays, doesn't respect the Nocturne ulti, and it's a shutdown to Poby.
Just zero vision on the bottom side, and he wasn't even that far overextended, but just Fnatic using the fact that they could sneak in behind with the double control wards and catch him out. And now Fnatic, with that pick, should be able to get this bot lane turret, get some waves back in their favor. I don't think they can really do a huge amount when it comes towards like objectives or looking for any more towers apart from this bot side, but at least it's something nice to begin with.
But it might be a domino. It might not be the play which makes everything work out in the end, but now you have that push, a little bit more damage down there. Jackie's a little bit less gold away from him. Can that lead to maybe some setup around the Atacon? Maybe 4 or 5 waves in advance? Maybe it can give Fnatic a little bit more of an edge than they were missing before.
Yeah. Crucially for Jackie's, does have the flash, does have the TP, will have the ulti shortly, and has completed a second item. So, despite a bit of a fumble there on the side lane, hasn't cost too much as of yet. As you highlighted, Alex, look, a little more time, maybe gives Fnatic the edge, maybe some priority on the top side as the vision on the side of GX has been incredibly diligent. You highlighted the control ward earlier. We see all of these topside wards giving them pretty good information as to where Razork and Poby are, and that is the side lane threat. Poby on his own, not so much, right? But with the Nocturne shadowing, hiding behind him, it's pretty damn lethal.
That one control ward lasted 4 minutes, by the way, in that one rush. Actually, I had to go back and check. It was there for so long, but it's not there anymore. And now GX, we've praised them a lot for that last phase of play. We are getting towards a point now where I think Fnatic are happy to start 5v5ing them, getting towards 2 items on the likes of the Azir as well. Won't be too far in the future as well. And I think Fnatic might just see GX setting up maybe towards an Atacon in the future. I think they can try their luck.
I also just want to give a shout out to Jun. He's been doing a really good job of catching Mickey whenever he's trying to cheat tempo to get vision down. Like, he tried to get one at the back of Baron Pit just to see where GX were moving in and out of their own jungle. He's been able to spot out. That's the second time or third time he's done it this game, so really nice job from Jun, kind of understanding what he's up against, but here we go. How's it gonna go?
Otacon started the TP spotted. Fnatic know that this is happening. Just enough information to confirm. Not perfect information on where everyone is. Jackie's hiding in the darkness, ready to set up. Does now get spotted. Full on 5v5. Fnatic, how much are they willing to commit to try and contest this? No smite on either support.
Oh, we flip it.
Junglers have access, going all in now. The ulti coming from this infield doesn't do a whole hell of a lot, and instantly into the backside of the fight. Fnatic finding advantage. Razork doing a ton of work. So Oscar still standing at advantage to split off Mickey, but it feels like that's all they're gonna get. Otacon at 3K. Will reset, but Razork blinking health bar. I don't think either side's gonna get it.
Fnatic see the green flags, the 5v5 where they can use the range, and GX were stuck on that Atacon. GX, they lose a lot of the momentum that they've just built up.
GX thought they were going to be strong enough. They had just finished 2 Atom Spikes basically across the board, so thought, great, this is the moment that we can fight. But watch as Mickey and Razork get this combo off. Mickey flashes into the middle, jumps down to Razork to get the knock up, but Noah gets deleted immediately. And in the backline, Jun tries his best to try and answer, but there's no follow-up damage, and Lot ends up using Mickey as an escape tool from the rest of the Fnatic.
The defensive stats that get shredded, even when you stand in the Atacon pit, make it so much easier to pick off Noah there. And this is now where we start to get into a couple of these worries we've had about GX. Okay, your early game's good. What happens in mid-game? That's not a great start from them, despite the fact that they had the gold lead. Fnatic might see the opening now to pull back into this game in terms of gold.
Oscar look for the backstep. Seismic Shove does not quite hit him.
Razor's ult is nearly up.
Nearly up indeed. Should be up in just a few seconds here. Very small red font in the corner. You can see it ticking down. It's now available. But Isma's here to cover. Jun as well. Now ready to move down. And again, the Ezreal doing so much work with 2 items to give them consistent mid-push on the side of GX. Oscar going to be forced to drop this wave and this tower. So GX, again, holding on to that gold lead, like we talked about. But that fight around that Otacon, that crucial objective in the soul, of course, for Fnatic, if they're able to get it in 4 seconds, does put a lot of pressure on this GX lineup.
Especially with good push for Fnatic on this mid wave. Lot in a bad spot.
Lot isolated. They are going to get his flash. They're going to turn to Otacon. Of course, this is the luxury of having Soul Point, is you don't need to care about that Cloud Drake.
Okay, so now Fnatic are the ones starting it up. Do GX have a good answer? Last time it was GX starting it and getting punished. Perhaps Fnatic will feel that sting themselves now.
Pulling back. How many of the games does MKOI do feel like we're broken on this top side against this objective? Need to be able to play slow, need to be able to go in fast. Reset coming in for upset, but they're just getting a lead to the side of GX. The wall is there! Oh no, it's an absolute disaster! They get the Otacon! Get frapped! Donated! What?
Fnatic needed to wait. They needed to wait for GX to start the dragon, but they don't. And GX just sneaking out from underneath their nose, and now they can move over towards the dragon as well.
And Fnatic, they didn't exactly give up the Atacon to set up dragon either.
Razork, rooted, locked up. CC now flashing out to safety, trying to make it out. Upset still standing. Mickey sprinting as fast as he can. The entire team sprinting. My God! Fnatic, in a minute, have just given up so much of what put them in a favorable position.
Atacon gone, Dragon gone. It's only the first for GX, but Fnatic had a great opening, but they can't thread the needle.
Yeah, I think Fnatic fans' hair gone after that one as well. I don't know what they were doing. Like, what you need to do is kind of wait for GX to pick a side and then try and trade the objective on the opposite one. But by just hard forcing the Atacon so early, GX are on that side of the map. They can always match you.
And it's kind of flashback to the MKOI series, right? Where MKOI were so good about backing up, waiting for those major cooldowns to be used, and then going back in. Fnatic tried to do the same. They backed up too much, got walled off, and got robbed. You're robbed! You're the most qualified person to talk about this!
I will put a check on that. That was definitely a wrong situation. But am I just admitting that I'm supposed to be stealing? Is that how
Anyone need a legal defense?
Allegedly.
Is it theft if you throw your wallet on the ground and leave?
It's either that or charity. You choose which one sounds better.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know. We need a cop. First time I said that on this it's probably the last, but yeah. Not familiar enough, or a lawyer. Not familiar enough. But Fnatic, well, they've still got Soul as a potential option, and it would be great to have with the Nocturne that much more speed, already a very fast boy, and of course the scaling option of the Xayah, of the Azir. But GX, I'm starting to believe, boys. I'm starting to believe.
And let's just have a look at the map setup now, because typically your vision goes along your line of outer turrets. So that's Fnatic's, but then they've lost all their outer turrets. GX still have all of those. They have all of their outer ring of turrets. And now we have Baron available too. X marks the spot
See what
there.
you're saying. So if Fnatic win a fight, there's a bunch of standing gold that they can take. That's what you're trying to say.
However, GX have the better setup for it because their tower's given the vision. So it's the reward on one side, the setup on the other.
Yes.
But it's also like, regardless of kind of the state of the game, GX have just been the better team, and they have the gold lead as well. So if they can find this pick...
Oh my God, Razork is like a ward magnet.
But still, it's GX getting control as they want. They're starting to push people back. Mickey now at half HP means that he'll have to go for the reset. And GX know this is their moment now to take vision with the push that Jackie just had on top lane.
And again, outside of Jackie's getting caught once on the side lane, and GX maybe not having enough tools to peel for Noah on that top side, this has essentially been a flawless game from GX, right? They weathered the storm with some early mishaps in bot lane, looked fine, got a bunch of objectives, they conceded drinks. That was really what it felt like the only weak point. But Fnatic, it doesn't feel like they're going to be in a position to contest that Soul again.
You see that GX really holding on to this territory in the top side, just jumping onto Razork. It's not like a full kill, but it's stopping Fnatic from reclaiming the vision beyond this, just this wall spit. They have such shallow vision right now.
And now we're in a position where you look at Upset, you look at Poby, and you ask, how long do you need, boys? Is it 3 items? Is that what we're waiting for? Is that the moment where Fnatic maybe can just force something? But again, it's so hard because they're kind of outranged, right? Noah can just poke, Jackie's can just poke. They kind of have more CC on the side of GX. And so when you're the damage team and you're behind in money, you're no longer the damage team.
But it's also if you had people to stand in front of you. Like, Oscar Rinnan doesn't want to really stand there and take the beating from GX. Same when you look at Razork, he just got half HP'd by Isma alone. So for Fnatic to actually get these carries to do damage is just a difficult situation when they're trying to run for the hills. We may get a point in case here, as Razork might be spotted out.
Mid-wave going to be collected. The rest of the team can look to collapse on this, but Razork sees this something up. GX, have they overcommitted here for this one? Topside, TP now coming in. They immediately pull the trigger from the side of Fnatic, realizing they have a man advantage. Mickey now going for the charm. Follow-up is there. Isma laying down a nice ulti. Mickey stunned on the rocks on the way out. Boom! Instantly picked off. A perfect flick back from GX. Fnatic If they walk away from this fight, they're going to lose positioning around the major objective, around Baron.
Yeah, Razok turns off the lights, but GX are pretty happy to party in the dark. Jackies gets the teleport off before the paranoia typically stops it. Him coming in allowed those rocks to be used onto Mickey, and Fnatic once again try and push into their own jungle and can't even stick around long enough to get Vision down.
Yeah, Giant X are just playing so well off of understanding how far ahead they are. Fnatic engage everything onto Lot on this bottom side. Poby can't actually be a part of this because he's been zoned off by 2, but you're not getting value from the Rumble ultimate, you're not really getting value where you need, and Giant X just hitting them with their wallets in a lot of these situations.
And this is some of the frontline that you were talking about. Even though Jackie's lived in an equalizer, got caught by feathers, there's no other follow-up. They don't have any frontline. Fnatic are eating so much damage just to be in that situation in the first place and really missing that more traditional frontline.
We do have, though, 3 items onto the carries of Fnatic. We were asking before, how long do they need? Is it 3 items? They have to prove that that's enough for them. Now, I'm not sure they're going to get that much more time. Dragon is spawning. Here's the ult on the side lane.
Multi-response, though. Jackie's able to make it out in time. Good reaction.
Oh, God, there's a lot of members for Giant X. They're going to collapse.
Jun looking to take Fnatic for a walk here. Forcing them back. GX will use the TP, but favorable positioning. Oscar immediately TPing down to the Dragon. Upset has already started it. Is it going to cost Fnatic the Dragon or the Baron, however? Soul will go to Fnatic. GX, though, will get the Baron. We'll just extend this gold lead to about 5,000 once they grab it.
If Giant X are able to like crack open the base, this is going to be worth this, but if they are only able to get through the tier 2s, I think it's an okay trade for Fnatic. Getting the soul is really nice for them, especially when you look at people like Razork who can get full value from it.
Razork, still flicked, knocked back. It's going to be a lot harder to defend when you're missing a member. Ulti in from Noah might have connected, but Lot isn't going to give it the time. That's a 50-second death timer. Rob, I think they might be breaking the bait.
Yeah, they might be onto something here.
Yeah, because I mean, typically when you have the permanent buff for the temporary one, you got to prove that the temporary buff can get you enough. You're now defending in a 4v5, and that poke that you've been mentioning before from the likes of the Ezreal is now going to make it harder to defend these turrets. They'll likely get this inner one at least.
Yeah, Upset. No lifesteal of whatever he's getting from runes. So not a whole lot. Hard to hold on against the poke, but Fnatic doing pretty well to clear thus far. Trying to punish Jackie's for potentially overextending. That Rylai slow is merciless. Is Mickey now going to look to follow up? Timing good, angle good, but it's not quite enough. Jackie's taken down. In the meantime, Jack keeping the pressure up mid, but they won't be able to break the base quite yet.
Giant X just end up misaligning the wave states there. Jackie's gets caught, and there's no real window for them to do much. They get mid-turret, but that was kind of already written off. So Fnatic happy to sack that for a kill on the top side.
Yeah, you know, the power play up in the corner, it's only 1.5k. It's not that bad. You have the permanent buff. That's why you were saying you need to really break the base to see if it was a worthwhile trade. And once again, it's Jackie's being forced on the sideline, this side lane, this time successfully. As GX, they're not really going to get much left out of the Baron buff now.
Yeah, and so often the aggression from GX has paid off, but twice now, Jackie's overextending on a side wave when, you know, those waves aren't perfectly synced the way you were talking about. It does cost them. It means a tower over to Fnatic will lessen this gold lead, lessen this Red Bull Baron power play. But obviously still a very commanding position for GX.
One of the things about that soul being taken just now, and a fairly early timing, means that Elder is on the table quite early as well. Yeah, it's a decent gold lead to GX, 4k or so. Don't think that is going to, you know, necessarily just win them the game, though. GX, they need to find a way to get that advantage which they've had on the map before. Use that to go towards the Elder. Good ult there from Noah. Oh.
Yeah, that is real, you know, 3.5 items kind of hurts. If you're landing the Mystic shots, and Noah certainly is. So 31 minutes into the game, 4,000 gold lead, a soul to the side of Fnatic, but behind the flowers, behind another objectives. GX in a very comfortable position. However, with only 30 seconds left, they're probably not breaking anything else. The Baron will just use its power to push out where they can and take a bit more bot side vision control from Fnatic.
I think this is the way the Giant X do need to play it, though, which is, you know, have your team playing off of 2 waves. Look for the push with Jackie's, try and support them, but always have that opportunity to try and bounce back and forth between two lanes on the map, particularly in the mid wave. But I think I would have preferred to see 4 members grouping with Lot on this mid wave and just enabling Jackie's to push by himself, because you can cause way more pressure on towards the inhibitor and can fully pull Fnatic back from this bot lane turret and also then cut them off afterwards.
I do agree. It's just that Jackie's, when he's been left on his own, has been punished sometimes, so maybe they just think, look, it's happened too many times. We're getting a little bit nervous about that. They want to protect him a little more, but on the whole, yes, you do agree. Typically, Slade does need to be doing stuff on our own.
Fnatic pushing in cautiously. Ulti going to be used, leveraged beautifully, but not as well as Jackie's was. Quick escape coming out from the Weaver's Wall. Fnatic debating if they can keep going, at least slowing down, stalling this push. And remember, in the meantime, it is the carries farming up for Fnatic. They've already got a little bit of pen for both Poby and Upset.
I mean, real credit to Jackie's there again. They've really forced onto him a side lane. This is what, the 4th, 5th time they tried to jump on him? Gets another ult out to safety. And just as Rob was saying before that, you want to make sure that Slay can get some value in that side lane. Does do that just there by surviving. Surviving is value.
And look, we said early game, GX need to weather the storm, can't afford to fall behind against this composition. They did that beautifully. Now they need to play discipline around the objectives. They've done that pretty well. Yes, they gave it the soul, but they got that first Baron. They need one more, maybe 2, just good fights, good objectives, and this is their game 1. But against a team like Fnatic, who against even GX last spring found most of their comebacks from a single team fight, can't feel like Fnatic are out of this one yet, but GX certainly still heavily favored. And if they win from this position, it makes you feel so much more confident in this team as we look ahead to the rest of the series.
Getting ever closer and closer towards that Elder now. Fnatic have actually put in some good vision towards that bot side. It's just whether they can hold on to it in the next minute and a half. Got Jackie's with his ult back up and available, instead pushing for a top in a turret. GX would like to just shove in, make Fnatic move away from the Elder if they can, and then go towards it. I'm worried that they're giving too much free time for Fnatic to set vision up around this Elder, though. See Mickey heading into the bot side jungle right now, and with now a minute until the Elder, that could give them an angle to play around.
Yeah, Oscar obviously has the kind of backup emergency button of the equalizer to just delete a wave if GX overcommitted onto him. Even if they get the kill, they wouldn't get much else. So Fnatic using this angle to take control of the bottom side, not just that single minute of vision that you were mentioning before in EMEA, but have pushed that line forward and now will do everything in their power to hold on to it.
I think if I'm Giant X, though, I just try and group up on mid here and just hard force. I think you've got enough strong frontliners that you can just brute force your way through this mid wave and then into the bottom side towards river. Fnatic, though, already setting up on this river, and again, kind of what Nomera was saying earlier, the fact that these towers still stand in mid wave are just giving Giant X such a good jump platform.
Fnatic collapsing on the lot, but Jun going in onto Poby. Won't find the engage there. With the crash down, Redemption heals him right back up, so kind of no harm, no foul, but that is control over mid. GX have bullied in, taking the top side of river.
And it's also a huge engage tool down from Jun. No flash, no ultimate, and this is now the Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Fnatic have a much better position than I thought they had any right to. Let's get onto the Dragon first.
Coming in from Jun, has the elixir. Ready to get this fight started. Fnatic fighting through bot, GX fighting through mid. A single wave going to be deleted in the mid lane while this fight goes out. Fnatic losing money just to be here, but there's really no other choice. Isma on the flank. Will now finally use it. Upset, caught out, locked down. The feathers are going to fly, but where is Upset going to go? The wall still isolating, trying to move back to Charm just in time, but Upset's completely taking out the fight. Razork moving into the Noah. Noah down, as is Razork. Isma trying to finish off Upset, and he's going to grab the kill. Poby, the last hope for Fnatic. Mickey doing what he can to protect, but Poby just doesn't have the space he needs to maneuver. Knockup from Mickey is clean. Poby continuing to backstep. Clean work as he slides out, but the rest of GX just turn. They'll take their sweet time, having to pick off one member at a time, but it's Oscar Renin from the back. Comes in with the flamethrower to get a bit more work done, and a perfect ulti from Lot. Buffers it, makes it happen, and it's gonna be Elder to the side of GX.
GX clutch the Elder fight. They managed to take out the AD carry and the jungler at the start of the fight, and yes, Noah falls, but they have enough left in the tank to go the distance.
This engage on towards Upset was beautiful from Lost. Hopping over the wall, flashing in, gets the tap on the W to set up, and the wall was beautiful as well, just to keep them all in check. At least they managed to get Noah on the backside as Razork does end up moving through, but there's just so much more left on Giant X. The health bar on Lot, providing the access that you need for Jackie's to keep poking down Poby and not actually be hit despite how low he is.
And shout out to Isma, that was merciless. He hit him with the take notes after he hit the W flash and then walked him down.
And you know, given that fight started with about a solid minute and a half of Fnatic being given access to that, yeah, you can pop off. Pop off King. That was a hell of an important fight for them. But given that was so much of a run-up time for Fnatic around that, I'm very surprised that GX managed to find that engage. But they managed to do so. They have an 8,000 gold lead. They have Elder on all. I think they waited for the respawn. They got on the grand majority of the team anyway, and they'll use that to get towards that Baron.
This should just be a slightly delayed victory lap coming in.
I mean, Poby's on bot side, so they're not even trying. Like, you know, with Elder up for another minute 40, they can play off at least 2 more waves in that time. And and then you've still got the Baron to play with afterwards as well. So trying to hold on to this base is just nigh on impossible.
And I am nervous, right?
Yeah.
Because as much as I liked it when Fred again made 4 versions of Victory Lap, it'd be really good for GX in this series if they could close it out in 1, right? Just the original. You've got perfect buff.
Yeah, but Victory Lap 4 is so good.
It does slap.
Good.
It would not slap for GX, however, to need a 4th Baron or 4th Dragon. They'll be happy with 2, the Elder and a single Cloud, as GX continue to push forward. They have broken open the base. Top wave moving in. Hex Flash channeled from Jun, but just threatening. Fnatic really with no front line here. It is so hard to step forward. You can see that single Mystic Shot hits onto Oscarinen. Burn as well means he loses about 20% HP, 25 now, and GX walking it in slowly but surely. Mickey, the big source of engage. If he hits massive piece of CC, the follow-up can be lethal from Fnatic, so GX are respecting it. Isma stepping a bit too far forward means he will get poked out a little bit, but still has access to the GA. Lot stepping up, Poby stepping back, wall placed, ulti from Razor going to be utilized, but 30 seconds left on this Elder. I think Fnatic are just trying to wait it out. They know they don't want to go in as long as that buff is available for GX.
Poby's doing some good work though on the side, forcing Lot now to reset and going TP back in and trying to hold on, but Giant X, 15 seconds. Can they get this last tower down?
They still have the Baron buff, so you can see whenever Noah can get the W onto tower, all he needs is a single auto.
Equalizer down, forcing the ult out of Isma. They're gonna need another lap. They're gonna need another bit of time as they manage to pick him off. They can't tunnel too hard on just having the jungler. Mickey manages to find the initial locked up. Shut down onto Isma. Oh, GX, you were so close. You were so disciplined.
But Fnatic survive. That's the important thing for them. They have now survived both the Elder and the Baron, and they may be able to buy themselves another late game fight. Yeah, we're talking about, well, GX, surely it's over with both of these things. We're seeing a lot of hectic late games not quite end here. Even recently, Mkoy had a huge lead versus G2 just the other day and couldn't close that out. Perhaps Fnatic, with these scaling carries of the Xayah and the Azir, maybe they can thread the needle just well enough in a late game fight now to see things through to a bit of a miracle for themselves.
And we're still seeing those same issues for Giant X, a near 10k gold lead for them, but they just can't quite find the way to finish out this game despite having both of those buffs. And now as it starts to teeter off, you're starting to see near full item completions coming through for Fnatic. They're getting quite strong at this stage.
And again, for the vast majority of this game, GX have just been playing better, but in that siege, big credit to Poby, who was constantly out of Noah's range, not in a position to get Mystic Shotted, but was able to poke Isma. Really does make the difference, allows them to get that kill, that bit of extra gold, and obviously the delay on the siege, but it's not like Mickey's tanky. It is important to note. He goes in and he probably dies unless everyone is CC'd, and bit of an awkward position to reset as Lot is now pretty unafraid to just walk forward. Everyone on Fnatic is going to get on the right side of that particular wall, but it does mean losing that tier 2.
This is where one of a fairly underrated change to League really comes into account. One of the Nexus turrets died. Remember, they respawn now as well. You do have to kill them again if GX try and go for an elongated siege. Perhaps that can work out for Fnatic's favor. Look, we have to lay the bricks down there. We have to lay the bricks down.
I just remember when Twitter was like, leave them all really low health. You know, that was like the big brain, the spreadsheet gamers were out there. Like, leave them low health is just strictly optimal. But yeah, I think GX thought they were going to end the game, and because they were wrong.
We did too! We did too! And yet the game goes on!
Here we are.
We're taking notes. We're trying new. We're trying new.
All right, Victory Lap Part 2. Who was it Skepta first? Denzel Kerr. Sorry.
Nicholas, yeah. This is some deep lore. I'm not ready for this.
The only Victory Lap I remember was...
song and it's good.
The only Victory Lap I remember was the one in Binding of Isaac, where you just do the whole game again. That's the only one I remember. I'm completely without context.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a Fred Against song, but I like the Binding of Isaac. Let's just put all of our shared pop culture knowledge into a pot till the point where it's
awesome.
Completely unrecognizable to anyone who wasn't listening to this cast.
So Binding of Freddy.
Oh no.
Still though, like, now that you got Rabadon's Death Cap complete on towards Poby, like, he's full build, now you're full build on Upset. This is no longer just as simple as a walk in the park. Like, I still think GX, with the stronger front line, should be able to win these fights, but it is going to come down to execution now.
It is, and having that lifesteal makes such a difference for Upset, because Isma's ability to just win that 1v1
this is
much more difficult
so
now.
Spooky.
Mickey picked off. Jackie's waiting over the wall. Fnatic fighting through mid as best they can, leveraging the Azir tower to get a bit of control. They're so blind, but they're hoping just by running mid, the GX will be forced to respond to them, and it's 15 seconds till Elder. And so far the plan is working, but there's a wave in the top lane. There's a TP for Lot, a TP for Jackie.
Oh, no way. Surely
Fnatic
it's not a
overcommit.
Bobby has to reset, try and catch the wave. Giant X, this might be their moment.
Isma gonna kick the fight off, seeing that Poby isn't involved. Jun waiting as long as he can to use his ult. Upset gonna pull the feathers back. Lot now caught out. Flash back from Upset to get away from the ult, but Lot's able to backstep with the footwork. Oscar and pushing forward. Decent chunk coming in from Noah. Shut down on the Lot. Towers coming in. Jackie, it's a backdoor. It's a backdoor. He's trying to push in. The lights have been turned off, but on who? They're going in to find the main tank. Razork flying through the air. A desperate piece of darkness to bring light to the side of Fnatic. Poby makes the difference. Razork and Oscar back to back. Hold the line. How the hell did Fnatic do it? It looks like GX had everything they needed to end the game, but they fumbled and Fnatic stand tall.
Do they have enough to end the game, though? They have a lot of turrets to get through. The Azir is so good at killing turrets. I think they might just walk it down.
They should just end it. Are you kidding me? What is this? What? Here we are. You were here. Twitch chat, YouTube, Cadril, Raps, whoever you are, you witnessed whatever this was. And at the end of the day, I don't know what it was, but Fnatic apparently wins those, baby. Game 1, first blood, Fnatic win.
And I'll tell you exactly what it wasn't. It was not a victory lap. They could not close the game, GX, and Fnatic punished them heavily.
Noah said yesterday that throw reminded him of Fnatic last year.
Oh no, you didn't have to do it like that.
I'm curious if he's having similar thoughts right now, because this should have been a Giant X win by every stretch of the imagination.
I just can't believe it.
Absolutely should have been, but we've said enough. Let's see what Oscar has to say about that crazy game 1.
Thank you, guys. You know what? I'm not even going to ask anything. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I honestly don't know. Like, this whole game was completely crazy. Like, I don't know what happened even. Like, we just traded Soul for Nash, then they got... Thank you. Like, when they got Elder and Nash, it was a bit scary, but yeah, we just defended and...
Okay.
The magic of friendship, I guess, won the game.
What are we focusing on for game 2?
Maybe not giving Elder, Nash, and...
The whole map.
And the whole map, yeah. Maybe that helps a bit.
All right.
Yeah.
And the power of friendship, Oscar. Thank you so much. I'll let you join your team backstage. Shox, what do you have?
That was a robbery. Like, no, that was a robbery, no?
What is our region? What is happening?
What do you mean? It was great. It was entertainment. It was peak cinema. I loved it. The finale was honestly chef's kiss.
It was crazy, and we had so much to talk about in terms of like, hey, is Fnatic making the correct decisions here in terms of going for those walk me through it, this game plan that obviously panned out.
Oof, where do we start, man? I mean, we can talk about an Elder race because somehow Fnatic catches Lot on the mid wave. The K'Sante with 1,000,000 armor, 1,000,000 magic resist gets caught, and Fnatic gets somehow an Elder and a game win.
It's crazy. We don't have the replay yet because we were so fast.
Then we can go back to we can go back to the initial point because I feel like that set up the tone, especially where for the whole game plan that Fnatic seemed to be choosing, or GX rather opted into. So if you can bring it up, it would be great. Where is my little hand?
Where is your little
let's
hand?
talk about this, Odo.
All right, break it down.
Okay, so we find ourselves in a position where GX has the goal lead. As you can see, they're up 1.8k gold, and these are honestly before and after pictures, right? So on that side is what happened before and after. And my main criticism, my main thought was, do you really need to do this as GX, where you're ahead, you're 2k gold up? Do you really need to give Fnatic soul points so early in the game when you have the goal lead? Because honestly, Finn, walk me through. What did they even get in return for this?
I think if you ask most pro teams, most people will say no. I think they got caught off guard because they realized a little bit too late that K'Sante did not have his teleport ability. And then they're like, okay, I guess we have Herald, I guess we have K'Sante top, we got to get something. But they don't realize that Fnatic's actually going to get soul point here. They're going to get that win condition from what? You turn 2k gold lead into 3.2 k gold lead, and I don't think that's worth.
Yeah, because we saw that perfectly well. It leads up into the whole Atakan shebang where it really feels like as GX, if you're putting your whole eggs in the basket where you want to have a big goal lead, then you need to make sure that on the Atakan, on the 4 Drake, you're especially far ahead to capitalize on that and not give Fnatic, you know, the sole win condition. Because we saw as the game goes on, there's just so much pressure on GX to just make all the correct decisions.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you have to be so precise. You have to really skip 0 steps, get to the Atakan, make sure you're on time for those dragons, and then it can make sense to really give those other dragons for that kind of goal lead. But
to be fair, also, like to GX, right? Well, the Atakan, but Fnatic really lost the plot there. GX get the Atakan. They have a tremendous fight over that Elder, right? Lot plays an insane team fight. So does Isma. But how the hell did they lose this game? If the replay is ready, I'd really like to see it because this is insane.
Yeah, it's a great breakdown if you can get it up, because what happened afterwards, I didn't really think that, you know, GX made any bad plays. So if we can pause it right here, this is just especially important because now they see Azir in the base. Azir is wave clearing, and what GX is saying right now, we need to fight right now. It's 5v4. This is our only advantage to stabilize, to get a lead from this map state.
But here you see the discourse in the GX team, because look where Ezreal is. He's still on the Elder Dragon. He's in the mindset that he wants to start the Elder Dragon, but Isma, Jun, and Lot all want to defend this mid wave, all want to stop Fnatic from getting it because they see the Azir, but just the discourse here is so clear because you see like GX is not on the same page here.
So if you can roll it out now to see what happens, Lot just goes a bit too deep because he knows that this is the great opportunity, and now Upset is just outplaying him and he's just getting shredded because now everyone from Fnatic is even overextending because they know that they need to get the Lot kill, and by the time Azir gets in, Talia GX is looking for the only thing they can do, this sort of backdoor play, because they know that this map state is completely lost.
But Fnatic know it as well, and they defend. They go right back, they defend, they kill Jackies, and of course, they're fast boys, so they can just run down the base. It's wow.
I mean, they did not pull a rabbit out of that. They pulled a blue whale out of this hat. I don't know how they got away with that game. That first Arakans were just constantly messing up those fights. It's a miracle that Fnatic is in this position.
And I really don't feel like there's, you know, any fault to give to GX, because it's not like it's an objectively bad play to give up that 3rd Drake or to opt for this sort of game plan, but then you really need to be very precise on the execution, and we saw that they were quite precise. They got that Akan. I mean, maybe the soul for the Nashor trade was not worth it.
Do you trust GX to be that precise in the mid to late game after what we've seen for the splits?
I mean, listen, with all, you know, the allegations of them being early game Andes and not, you know, converting late game leads, maybe I'm putting that dragon in the bag.
Yeah.
Dragon in the bag. Okay. I do feel if you walk away, GX chose blue side, by the way, for this next game. You know, for Fnatic, I felt like their mental might have been hanging by a thread, because if you lose that game also, that really, really sucks. But now I feel for GX, my God, that is frustrating, because it is one of them. Well, obviously, like, we played those team fights well, and our compo is great, and we, like, but...
If I'm Fnatic, I'm smiling, because I feel like I pulled a little robbery over there. I feel like the draft wasn't really the greatest, but at the same time, you know, massive props to them for making it work with the tools they had, because it wasn't really an easy draft to execute, but at the same time, yeah, it's a shaker for a GX.
Yeah, Fnatic fans are probably watching us saying, first time.
I've seen this many times.
We're so used to it. Well, if these are the types of games that we're going to be getting for the rest of this best of 5, then yeah, I'd like to see all 5 for sure. We'll be right back with game 2.
I pulled out a little caps wave from my repertoire. Didn't do the aura. For good luck. No. That's good. Look at the rumble. They're folding. Down with this first. Look. We can both. No. Okay. Base slash or something. Nice, guys. Nice. What will you reach? I'm mega fast. Knowledge. I'm mega fast. I think we reach. I think we reach. Yeah. Just.
Oh, they're going mid, guys. Full mid, okay?
Base. We need to fight here. We need to fight.
I ulti on the Talia, guys. I need to ulti on her.
Yeah, that's fine. We win here. We win.
Go Xin.
We kill her. I'm coming.
I can go more. No fear.
No fear. Just.
Enemy or die.
We can end mid probably. Yep.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is math, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out!
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs. We just witnessed absolute insanity, and it ended with Fnatic taking the first game of the series. And it throws a lot of spanners into the works of things like narrative, because GX were winning every point of that game until they weren't. And it makes talking about game 2 a bit of an odd puzzle to solve, gentlemen.
Well, it's easy. You just lose everything and then win. I don't like... I think that's...
I do not want to follow that advice, Rob, at all.
It sounds like a Magifelix solo queue game, you know? You just never surrender, hold on until the bitter end, and like respect to the tenacity of Fnatic. But GX have to hope that they can bounce back, right? Because Fnatic, they know they got away with murder. They absolutely know it. GX on their side, you have to rally. Know that you were the better team for 90% of that game. Know that you can close it out. Have to keep that optimism because it's a long series ahead of them.
And I think this becomes now a mental game as well as one on the Rift, because GX, I mean, they smashed through the first series. They are coming through, you know, the lower part of the bracket with the cross-play deciders. So then they haven't had that best of 5 loss yet, but losing a game like that when there's so much on the line, you know, it's potential of a step closer towards Worlds or your year ends here. That's a huge thing. Of course, Fnatic, they lost a best of 5 series to get down here in the first place. There's a lot of tenacity mentally to track.
Fnatic, of course, a team with a history of lower bracket runs. I think it was 2022 summer, I want to say, where they played more games in playoffs than they did in an 18-game regular season.
I mean, even if they win here, it's almost a bang-on repeat of what happened in spring, right? Where they end up facing off against KC. They did end up losing 3-0 to KC in that split, but we'll have to see if maybe they can rewrite history, or if Giant X can try and rewrite history here as we get into game number 2. Annie going to be the final ban, which means Orianna still very, very strong here. Wukong could also be another option if you want to try and focus jungle instead.
Orianna is the easy first pick here, really. It's the best lane-dominant mid laner left, and I think that Jackie's had a good game in lane versus Poby in game 1. That wasn't the issue, given all that he said about, you know, playing as Poby in scrims is very, very difficult. On the other side, though, Kai'Sa Wukong immediately locked in. Fnatic going for an aggressive dive style.
Yeah, and I like seeing the Kai'Sa, right? Makes things a lot easier. If we were to see something like that with alongside the Nocturne, you understand what the team is going for. That immediate dive in. But a jungler with a lot of team fight power, not always the most impactful at the early stages of the game. See if Isma wants to try for another aggressive option. A lot of hovers, a lot of debating. I would love something spicy, but it's probably just the pig. It's the pig. Okay, all right. Yeah, it's fair, it's fair. It's pro, it's not solo queue. You got to be responsible.
So you got yourself that tank frontliner. Actually, Rob and I were just talking about this before. Typically, when you see the Kai'Sa, I know that Corki's got a lot of hate for various things. Corki's pretty good into Kai'Sa, so we might see that here. Has a good lane, can deal with the dive a little bit later. If you want to pick up that AD carry now, could potentially be an option.
On the flip side, I'm curious what Poby tries to go for, because maybe something like a Victor could work, but and you try and play for the front to back with the Erd.
Braum. And gotta respect, Braum is one of those champions that, as far as support goes, scales insanely well. Unbreakable just continues to gain value the later and later into the game you go. And if they were to lock in something like that Syndra that they casually flick through, that would only make it even more true. So Fnatic perhaps just wanting to support their dive with more dive. But the Zoe maybe takes us in a different direction.
They have a couple of really difficult options to choose between here. Poby thinking about mid laners, doesn't want to get banned out in the next round, and it will be the Galio. Now, GX, they have a couple of important bans they need to consider. Do you take away Ambessa, because Ambessa Galio is really disgusting? Do you take away Nico, because Nico Kai'Sa can do quite well even against the Braum? You've got a couple of different angles you go towards, but you can't ban out every single role.
Definitely can't. Lucian going to be taken away just to deny that easy.
Oh, Nico's already got that.
Instantaneous stun. I didn't even notice that, Alex. Good, honest self-reporting. Because you could have gotten away with that. It would have slipped.
No. I could have gotten away with it with you, but not chat. They're ruthless.
That's true. They're taking you down no matter what, brother. But I respect that you're fighting the good fight.
Yeah, I'm curious exactly what the bans here are going to be from Giant X, because as you say, like, I think you could try and focus things like the Ambessa's Nymera, but like even with the Braum, there's still like so much engage. There's the Ambessa that you could try and remove just from the bottom side as well, because although Braum does do well in the lane into it, I think you're still going to be looking for something that like an Alistar that can still play to follow up on so much engage or disrupt these team fights from Fnatic. We'll have to see if they just continue with the top lane bans.
And for the side of Fnatic, what's your last ban? Could ban away something like the Sivir, I suppose, because there's a very strong front line, and then you got the Braum Sejuani trying to peel away from them. And Fnatic, I'm not sure they have 100% enough engage right now to close down long-range backlines. So the Sivir, that's an easy ban away.
Sivir, there it is. Scaling option, the movement speed just so good alongside things like the Sejuani and the Braum. Final ban now for the side of GX. It's the luxury of red side, and I can counter pick either way, but what matchup do you not want to see? Do you not want to play against? Full expectation is that it is Oscar's counter pick.
Yeah, and there's the Alistair that we were just kind of mentioning. I think it's just nice because you still want that kind of CC in the team fights regardless of the individual matchup. Varus, also a strong pick the Ginex could look for here. I still think the range should help you out quite a bit against the all-in potential that Fnatic are looking for. Does well in the lane too, plus the ability to try and lock down some of these team fights where you're all very close after the dive could be good.
It's Why? This is so crazy. I mean, this champion is disgusting. Halo Blade's level 1. This is one of the most powerful level 1 champions in the game. But oh my god, if you mess up one time, if you get autoed by a Braum once, you are so dead.
And it's really good for the laning phase. Now, if you lock in Corki, your laning phase is a little bit more back and forth. So you need to really make sure you land the right hooks at the right time. And I gotta say, you go later into the game, you would wish you had someone who could go in a little bit deeper and actually, you know, stay alive. Pyke is not fantastic at that one. Fnatic, their last pick has to have something which enables this Galio a little bit more. Otherwise, you're locking yourself into quite a lot of early game victories and not much else.
All right, well, we have a pretty dominant topside option coming in here from Lot. Also played this in spring, if I remember correctly. So it did look really good in the 1v1, but I think the tech against Yorick has progressed a lot since we last saw this match between these two players.
Yeah, traditionally is Yorick that we've, sorry, the Shogun that we've seen as an answer to Yorick, and that works relatively well because you can just feast, and maybe that's what you want to try and play for here as well, because you can just walk into them. You can still have that follow-up on the knock-up from the Wukong and have a tank that can try and take that space as well.
I'm really worried for Fnatic to be able to get clean engages. There is so much on Razork and Mickey to find themselves into the back line when they have a Yorick, a Sejuani, and a Braum stood between you and the Orianna, who's potentially going to shockwave you out of the engage as well. Difficult to play comp for Fnatic if it gets late.
Definitely is. This can be really tricky. And I think, again, we're in a situation where GX have gone for a bit more of a conservative draft. And this is one of the things I really like about GX. It doesn't ever feel like they're like, let's go for this fringe option this split. They're always willing to just draft simple compositions. And Fnatic, certainly a powerful composition, but similar to last game, feels like it has some clear weaknesses.
Yeah, I think for a huge amount of this game is going to come down to Jun trying to mark Razork. If you can deny Razork access, I think you're less worried about Mickey. I think he's just going to die. You already kind of said it, like he goes in. There's so much CC that can keep him in check. And if Razork's unable to start these fights, you're kind of fishing for like a rogue knock-up with a Shogun, which seems hyper unlikely to land.
Might be a little bit tricky. All eyes again on the early game, and most of those eyes on the bottom side of the map. We got some go Mickey's in the house. He's going to need that support on this Pyke. Kind of definition of a feast or famine sort of champion. As here we are, game 2. GX looking to fire back, close out in this game 2 in a way that they couldn't quite muster game 1. And we're going to keep our eyes on this level 1 because Pyke does like 5,000 damage by himself. So if just anyone eats a hook and there's anyone else standing nearby, they probably die or at least lose a flash.
Of course, there's always the Braum level 1 as well. So actually, we can see that's the thing. We've got both champions. We can just randomly throw your plans into the ether, really. It doesn't look like either team is stacking up to do that. Perhaps just paying attention to both teams' power at their early status.
Interesting to see that Lot went into the bottom lane toward that brush, though, to try and help out with Ginex's bot lane in these early levels against the Kai'Sa and the Pyke. Now going to move his way up towards that top side, just giving themselves full advantage to know whether that needs to be an issue as they enter into lane, or if they can try and play up for a ward in that second brush.
I think something that's going to be interesting to track is summoners on the bottom side of the map. We noted already Corki pretty strong into the Kai'Sa at the earlier stages, very powerful in the isolated 1v1. Jun also has Spellbook, and he has heal early on. Mickey's full aggro. No Spellbook on a support for the first time, and it feels like, I don't know, years, I'm going to say, even though that's not true.
I'm going to go out of my way and say he's not going to build Redemption as well.
That's, you know, you're reading my mind. That's exactly what I was going to say. One of the problems with the Pyke as the game goes on is that you're not going to have Redemption, and also against this team, you're not going to, legit, you're reading my mind, you're also not going to have a Mikhails. Mikhails could be super important against something like the Sejuani ultimate later. A lot of supports would end up going towards that later because of that threat of GX engaging from the jungle. Can't believe you actually just read my mind like that. You thought it was a joke. No, it wasn't.
I mean, that item is strong. They've done the math. The math does indeed check out. Redemption incredibly powerful. But for now, just some level 1 trading. Hook doesn't quite land for Mickey. So nothing to see here yet. Jungler starting topside, though, means an inevitable path to the bottom side as the Yorick and Cho'Gath just duke it out. And I imagine some potential 3v3s here.
Well, I think if it goes to a 3v3, I kind of like Giant X's odds. You got Isma, strong front line, plenty of CC, same with Jun. For Fnatic, I think it's more about getting those quick, isolated picks where you get one member and get out. So if I'm Isma, I'm happy to just kind of keep tracks on Razork and try and go for some of these counter ganks.
And a lot of it's about the poke line first. So these hooks, which we're seeing miss from Mickey right now, they do weigh double. If you had plans towards that bot side, you would have liked there to be a little less HP when you go towards that 3v3. Jackie's has got control over mid lane. Expect that early for Orianna versus pretty much anyone, really. So that's going to help GX if you fight long enough that the mid laners can get involved.
Yeah. Of course, Poby had the luxury of the Azir in the previous game. Jackie's was still able to find some pretty big advantages, forcing a flash out in the 1v1. See if you can keep that pace up here on an even more favorable matchup as the Orianna into the Galio. Wards in those brushes crucial, of course, against the Pyke, trying to deny that extra regen coming in from the passive. And we keep going back to mid, so I keep expecting someone to die. But so far, it is just Poby holding on to dear life.
I mean, this is kind of the way the matchup goes until you back and get your Negatron. But Isma, spot on a ward now coming into bottom lane. Fnatic will have to back away.
Nice sidestep from Upset, or from Noah, excuse me, on the Void Seeker. Hook goes in from Mickey. Razork on the way down, but Isma's here to cover. Again, Sejuani early on, base damage, the initial proc on that permafrost, it's a lot of burst.
Jackie's has got pushed too. If there is a fight, again, the Orianna will come here first.
And locked up for a second here. 3 stacks, looking for 4 on the concussive blows. Upset standing off to the side, bit of a fist fight. Noah getting lower and lower. Mickey going in, debating if he wants to flash. Gets the pullback onto Jun. May need to be forced to flash out himself as Razork starts to commit forward. Barrier pop by the side of Noah. Flash coming out from Razork.
Upset managing to pop the passive on towards Noah was pretty huge there. Meant he took a massive chunk of damage, had to pop the barrier and get out. And I think that's where Giant X felt the pinch of loss in trying to find that 3v3, and Fnatic confident to take the space they needed.
Yeah, so a victory in summoner economy for Fnatic. Blew a lot from the bot lane of Noah and Jun, despite the fact that the hooks weren't landing very early on. Now you get yourself the push in, now you get Noah that early back, which he's going to lose a bit of CS to the tower as well. It's not bad for Fnatic. I mean, they would like lots more of this from the Pyke, of course. This is a good first step, though.
Taking the heal away definitely feels good when you get closer to that ultimate as well. No shenanigans to stop the execute from coming through. Good cancel from Jun. See if Fnatic can capitalize on the window of these summoner spells being down, because we saw something very similar in game 1, and despite very positive summoner trades, Fnatic didn't really convert it into anything.
So you're saying there's going to be a Nocturne ult to save the backdoor this game too? You know, similar to game 1?
Look, I'm ready. After game 1, I'm ready for anything. You can just put a sentence together you've never heard in your life, right? We can find it.
It's truly the expect the unexpected. But how am I supposed to expect that experience here?
Yeah, 100% is Poby. He's on Galio duty. Observers keep panning us here. I think they're Galio mains. They just want us to show us what it's like to suffer.
To be fair though, he's I just love him as a champion.
True.
Yeah. Like whatever about the kid, his entire persona is just fantastic.
Feels so good.
Yeah.
There's that one combo which is really, really nice, where you get them with the slam, you hit them with 2 other abilities, and your slam becomes immediately off of cooldown from the passive. You get like the double slam. It's really, really fun. If you
double slam, very nice. The backwards E, yeah, always good. As Mickey begins the true life of a Pyke, abandoning your 2v2 to roam for kills. Will be forced to return shortly here. Unfortunately, is missing out on XP, so this isn't going to be your solo queue race to 6 sort of angle. Cheeky hick over the wall does not connect, and Noah and Jun still feeling relatively comfortable despite losing out on both of their support summoner spells.
Yeah, I think in the early stages, Fnatic just don't really have the windows that they want to try and play hyper-aggressive around this bottom side, even with some of the advantage they picked up as Mickey. So be careful, because you want level 6 on Poby, you want level 6 on Razork. Also just Poby struggles in the early stages to match Jackie's on the push and the plays. And it's more on Isma, I think, to try and make this place happen. So the fact that Fnatic were able to force them back in that early skirmish is actually crucial to the success of Fnatic getting to this later portion of the game.
I think GX, in another game, maybe they'd lane swap away from the Pyke, but because they have the Yorick into the Cho'Gath, they're pretty happy to just say, look, if you can survive and get farm in that bot lane, even if you drop a little bit against the Pyke, we're okay, because the Yorick will get some value after that. Of course, right now it's even-ish. You know, the Cho'Gath does counter the Yorick early because you just chomp the Maiden, just plays without an ult. Doesn't give him like a unique stack. It's basically the same as getting a minion, but you know, the Cho'Gath can hold it. But you want as much gold and experience in the Yorick as possible to get you to that 2 items where you really start to take over again.
It can't be that big threat. We've seen Law pilot it to pretty good efficiency, but Oscar doing a solid job of holding the line thus far. Again, it feels very similar pace to our game one. No kills coming in quite yet. First Drake set up, but not taken.
I love how this entire bot lane is just like hard focus on if they land the Q. And the Qs have been landing, just not at the right moments, and then missing when you kind of hope they do.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this Pyke pick is it's important to know, it's not like, Pyke is not like the solution to this game, to this composition. It's just nice in the 2v2 to have a champion that can kind of compensate for the fact that Kai'Sa just gets the crap poked out of her by Corki early on. And obviously you can just turn invisible anytime you get hit by the Braum Q, and then you wander off.
I will say though, you were incredibly slow with that when that Braum Q hit, so there's definitely some follow-up that can go through. Swap though from Fnatic to move up towards this top side. They don't actually get the dragon, even though they kind of brine it up a little bit. But the push should come through where they can try and fish for the Void Grubs, and Lot trying to steal it away now with Isma before they can get in.
Isma pretty powerful. The wife's still standing, 6 HP. Holding on for dear life. Oh, Razork. 50 gold to Razork, but he'd really like a Grubby. Wants to wander in, go for the Smite Seal. Good presence of mind from the side of GX to smite the one on the top side. Mickey's going to go for the hook. Won't connect, and that's going to be all 3 grubs to the side of GX.
See that? Fnatic really don't want to dive into the Sejuani Braum when they're stuck together. Now Isma's on his own, a little bit easier, but Fnatic giving up all 3 of them to a Yorick. That's pretty nasty for Fnatic. They need to keep really close attention now when Lot gets access to towers.
And I'm surprised Fnatic didn't want to try and take it. Noah was coming out of base behind on the resets because Fnatic had first move. And you also had Kobe come in with that level 6 hit in the mid lane. So I thought they would just try and full send us and then have the damage coming through, but not confident enough that Upset would be able to provide enough of that DPS, and with Mickey not being 6 either, whereas I don't know if Jun had, maybe hadn't quite ticked over, but still just afraid of the play.
Yeah, and again, Mickey roamed a few times. Is going to cost him that extra bit of experience, and Jun also caught that wave bottom side, so means he is faster to the 6, does make it that much harder to force these sort of team fights, and even though you picked this Pyke early on, you're still losing out in prio. See this GX bot lane at 2v2, and the only thing that occurred positive for Fnatic in that context that trade was I think Oscar got a wave in, got a plate for himself, so holding on to a gold lead, but I still don't think it makes you stronger in the side lane 1v1.
No, like, all it does is delay when the Yorick takes over. He hits 2 items you can't really play. Might be a dive up here. Sejuani Braum, good CC. There is a cleanse on Upset if it hits him.
I think he has to be very careful here. If he burns the Phantom Undertow, it's so easy to pick this Pyke off.
Jackie's was trying to mark Poby on the way up, but the second Jackie's lost Poby as he ended up eating back in towards his own jungle, they just call off the dive. Isma wasn't sure that Jackie's would be able to interrupt Poby from arriving with that shockwave.
Yeah, Galio, ever the Guardian, goes out into the Fog of War to turn up somewhere very, very quickly. But still doesn't change the fact that Upset Mickey, as you were saying, Trekos, they're losing prio. They're getting pushed in. They're not exactly getting the value which you want out of the Pyke. Dragon is being started from Fnatic though, and they'll take that fairly easily.
They are getting pushed in, but because of the resets and the timers, Upset still has a lead, right? They did end up getting the push on bottom side. They did rotate quicker to the top end. They got to push out that top wave, whereas Noah had to immediately show up at the Void Grubs. So at least in that respect, they are still finding success. Like you can see, the lanes are essentially even, and there's still about a 15 CS lead for Upset here.
Sitting pretty, sitting comfortable. Again, working towards that first item spike where I think things get at least a little bit better. Tough to fight the 2v2 straight up, but a lot of their damage potential on the side of this Fnatic bot lane. And Lot just doing top lane things up against Oscar. They're hitting things, they're going back and forth. And now a TP, because he doesn't want to just hit things and go back and forth. Although
well, no, he does. He just wants to go ahead and hit things in a different lane. He's in fact maximizing his hitting.
His swings per minute are
this
through
is
the sky.
Yeah, right. You know what? I take it back. Top lane is a thrilling role. It's played by people with good taste.
Have you ever thought about casting golf? Do you think that would be? And he's chosen the 3
They
arms.
sound hype when they cast golf. I mean, as much as they're allowed to. Obviously, I know they're not allowed to be loud. So they have
the
to
3 arms to hit this minion with. He's going for the putter, for the cannon.
It's very precise. No, you guys don't understand. There's like a 3-second window where if he hits this creep, the wave is in his favor.
Instead of the jungler, we have the Tiger Woods instead.
Yeah, true. I like that little.
I thought that was funny. You can laugh now if you want.
Look, I'm gonna get you the classic caster.
Thank you.
Oh, great. I appreciate it.
Oh, the Q1-2, the ulti, the perfect Pyke combo is hard to pull off, but he might still cost his life. He dies. It was flashy. It was a montage. That mechanic is very niche. But he had to die to do it, so I don't know if that was worth
it. Is going to be farming time away from Noah, though, because he is the one that died.
It is, yeah. If Upset lives, it's Farming time. Cleanse coming out. Razork on the way down. Upset getting run down, but Spidey senses are tingling. Razork on the way down. Maybe we get a replay. It's a cool Pyke thing.
Still, great escape from Upset. Burns the cleanse, doesn't have to burn the flash. Dodges away with the killer instinct from the Brawl molds. So overall, nicely played by Upset. But yeah, as you say, a little unfortunate for Mickey in not quite having enough DPS to take him down.
He's talked to me about that specific mechanic for like 3 years. He's done it once before in Pro. This is random Mickey friend fact. He finally did it again and he looked like he died.
He did kind of run it.
Yeah, I hope, yeah, he's going to be embarrassed after that one. Goes for a more classic Q into the Phantom Undertow. Won't amount to much as Oscar locked up by the wall under the tower. Now he is a very beefy boy. And the threat of the ulti is going to keep him standing, but has to be careful.
Still a lot of members of Giant X trying to position themselves on the bottom side. Isma maybe a little uncertain as to where Razork is, but he's actually on this top side and looking for the dive on towards Loss. Oh, he wasn't spotted by the plant.
Dash through, Lot caught out, nom nom nom! Quick snack.
So you see Giant X, they actually knew that this was probably a case, but don't end up spotting him on the site ward, and now Giant X.
Oscar trying to get out, Razork spinning through them. Oscar, unafraid, but he's just gonna get shockwave and it might cost him his life. He's now forced to flash. I think he should have been happy just walking away. Oscar clearly wasn't. Ball reattached to Isma. Razork retreating. Poby on the way up to try and protect. He also attack. But he's going to walk away from this one. I cannot believe Fnatic all lived.
Yeah, me too, but I think the threat of that Poby Galliwall was what saved them there, because if Isma flashes forward to look for a kill, maybe the shield comes down, he gets knocked up after, and he ends up dying too, but GX, they weren't expecting that dive on top lane quite at the time that you were saying because of the vision control which Rob was talking about.
They just used the Scryer's Bloom, and they were like, oh, there's no Razork, but he just managed to walk across it. Yeah. So it doesn't end up getting spotted and makes the play happen. So I think Isma thought, or sorry, Lot thought he was a lot safer than he was.
Haha.
The classic.
The classic.
We both have one now.
Yeah, there you go. I love when players' names are also a word that I use regularly. Shout out to Amazing, whatever happened to him. That was frustrating.
I'll tell you the best one we had for that recently. You know the new Corki skin, which currently Noah's playing? It's the giant chicken thing. We had Jackie Love play, so we had Chicken Jackie.
Chicken Jackie. Can't respect Chicken Jackie.
Even better when we had Chicken Jachi as well in the same game. Great stuff.
I was going to think of another Lot pun, but he walked away, so it no longer feels appropriate. As Oscar and Lot continue to duke it out, and we see a little bit as to why this Cho'Gath is selected into the matchup. Still only a single item for Lot.
And I think particularly now you're 1,000 gold ahead, and Lot lost a wave to turret in that dive there too. This is where the Cho'Gath starts to extend the time where he is controlling the Yorick. The Yorick needs to really hit 2 items. He's not been hitting that on, well, he's not going to hit that anytime soon, now he's this far behind.
But that's the thing, right? Although it has been, you know, top side objectives going to Giant X, Fnatic have actually done a better job of collecting the waves where they need to. It's a 20 CS lead for Upset. He's half a level above his opposition. You've got the lead for Oscar in as well. So in this position, I think Fnatic are kind of happy to just play off of those leads as Noah.
Hook hits onto Noah. Noah trying to dash back. Redemption now coming in. That item is strong. Look at that. Even ignited. Still an extra little 200 HP.
Should give Dragon to Fnatic though, as they'd already kind of looked for that cross map. Potential dive on the top side though, and it's Poby, and he doesn't get the help.
No, he doesn't. He's the one with the global. If you attack the source of it, it can't come to you. Herald used to potentially force him away from turret because it won't exactly be existing that much longer.
No, it won't. Isma mounting up though. Okay. Wants to charge. Nothing too fancy as GX happy to have that pressure point open up a bit more on the top side. Jackie's only getting more money under his belt, and Shockwaves are going to get pretty scary pretty quickly. It is a very, very beefy front line, though, this time for Fnatic. They have gone in the exact opposite direction of the previous game. No front line to almost all front line. So let's see if the Blackfire Torch, perhaps a Leandries to follow.
Now, Razzle caught up on the spot side here. Doesn't have flash, does have the Warrior Trickster.
Will spin out as Lot continues to chase, lands another Morning Mist. Wants to zone him off. Again, there's not really an objective to play for, but happy to just have the Scuttle Crab and a bit more bot side control.
Yeah, I don't think it'll net them anything in the long run unless they want to hard commit onto this bottom side. You still don't have Poby being able to play. He's looking for the reset now to potentially cover if Giant X want to look for a dive. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I think Giant X just happy to make Razork a little bit less threatening for the next minute.
Although, unfortunately, we have now entered the period of the game where I don't think Pyke is useful. Now, you can delay this period of the game when you have enough money for Umbral Glaive, or you found a couple executes, but It's really hard for Mickey to play because most of the people he hooks don't care. They're just, okay, sure, bro, 200 damage.
Yeah, normally it'd say it's, pike up to 20 minutes, 25 minutes, but this is a 3-kill game at 17 minutes. That's not really what you want from the Pike. So on one side, we've had the Yorick not really have an opportune game. The other side, the Pike has gotten some control, but realistically hasn't snowballed to the level which we normally want from a Pike.
Yeah, I think the value from the Pike, though, is more if you can get control of these side lanes. Like, it's the Mickey potentially showing up on a side lane when you're in a 1v1 and providing that extra DPS and execution.
Submarine the Galio in as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's where you've got to be a little bit more nervous.
Oh, don't sell me on late game Pike. Don't sell me.
I think with this specific comp, maybe there are windows he can make it work. But
and when we bring the nameplates in, Jackie's has been cleaning up his act, but when he was a little bit more criminal, he'd be dying a lot on them side lanes, and I just cleaned it up a bit because he did die twice in the previous game, so there is room to attack that Orianna on side. Fnatic can find those angles. Another hook going wide is Isma waiting in the darkness. Again, if they clip Mickey, it's pretty easy to find that kill, but he has opted for Celestial Opposition over the Blood Song, just to make that threat a little bit less, and Lot solo knock down this tower.
Yeah, 3 grubs, Yorick with the Triforce, that's what you got to be afraid of. It's a full turret down, a little bit of a lapse there for Fnatic. Maybe they thought they were going to lose it anyway, but never great to give Yorick that goal. Flash forward.
Jun locked up. Phantom Undertow to follow. Knockup won't be there. Noah on the way in, but it might be a little bit too late. Flash forward, trying to execute Jun. They're going to get the reset coming in for Mickey, but now they want to back up because Jackie's is on the way and they have to move into the choke. Move in, the shockwave. The rest of the team trying to go. Mickey's still living for next second. He also over the wall to try to escape, but Isma catches him on the way out. Poby still going forward. Noah with a blinking health bar, but he's managed to hold on now. It's Oscar in versus Lot as it was on the top side, so it is in the fight. But he can't quite get in a range to finish. It's not a problem for Upset, however, as he grabs another.
The fight for Fnatic was huge there. The fact that they're able to pick off so many different members. And although Mickey goes down, does end up getting some success and gets a much needed goal for himself as well.
Yeah, Fnatic really wanted a fight like that again, just to keep using this tail end of the Pike power to get something in. It's initially a pick onto Jun, who's a little bit off. That Gatling gun in the replays, it does my head in, I tell you. But they managed to catch off the Braum fairly alone, and despite him being pretty hard to kill, they managed to get him down quickly. He does leave a parting gift of a Braum passive onto Razzle, which makes things a little bit dicey for a second, but realistically, Upset starts to stack up the lethal tempo, and the carries of GX get chunked out a lot, but the damage is still in Fnatic's favor.
I'm surprised Mickey managed to get over that wall, to be honest. You have to hit someone with the ultimate to actually like teleport to them, but just clipping Isma on the edge but still position himself over the wall was actually kind of cool to get over.
How smug
so
is he
if you
watch
the Chinese Super Server Pike montages, you can, if you're insanely good, you can angle the X so you hit the edge of the X on one side of the wall and you can still go
That's
over
what I mean. Yeah, it was just cool
but
to
the
see.
problem is, it wouldn't have worked except the Sejuani flashed over. If he hadn't flashed, it would work.
Though. He clicked her on the edge.
By the time it resolves, he's over the wall.
Okay.
You can ult nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we get a VAR of it?
Yeah, we need the VAR. Give me the.
They just did.
That's true. Oh no, we need to replay it again. Oh. Trying to be professional here and everything.
As many times as it takes. Talking about random Pike mechanics. Unfortunately, for the side of GX, this whole debacle has resulted in Upset getting a second item ahead of what would be a third Drake for Fnatic, although GX not afraid to just walk forward here. They have so much chain CC.
Ignite dropped just to cycle back round to the heal. Jun not with flash right now. Dragon spawning GX in the river first. Oscar coming down very tanky and has flash. This trigger is going to be really hard to chunk through from GX.
Might be a little bit late though. Poby waiting off to the side. Jackie's does not feel too threatened yet. Again, Oscar may find an angle. Razor kicking the fight off. Lot isolated off to the side, but Razor already losing so much HP. In the meantime, Poby's finding the angle. The taunt, the ulti doesn't connect from Jackie's, and it's crucial because Upset for a brief moment is untouched. Lot trying to finish the job. Magic damage shield, not going to stop the Corki, not going to stop the Yorick. Knock up onto 2 from Oscar is clutch, and it's just what Fnatic needed. GX are decimated at the Dragon.
Giant X thought they were able to take the fight, but Fnatic cut them down where they stand. The Dragon as well. It's everything for the black and orange.
Fnatic find their way onto the carries, and GX can't use, anything to put their backline at a point of safety. Jackie's gets tagged, and then Upset flies through. Now, Razorgod thought initially, is he going a little bit too early? Is he going a little bit too deep? But he gets the fight started, and Jackie's gets caught out. No longer is the Orianna allowed to stand at a safe distance and continue DPSing.
We found the solution. Meatballs. How many meatballs can you throw at them? And the problem in the previous game was this Otacon. Generously gift wrap for GX. We'll see if Fnatic make the same mistake twice, however. Mickey fishing again with the hook. Celestial opposition going to be broken. Oscar keeping the pressure up on the top side, but Razor's resistances are shredded.
Upset wasn't even there. It was a very risky one. And
They leashed it again.
They still want to keep going.
Yorick's coming up. He's not here just yet, but Fnatic, yeah, this might turn into a bit of a flip. I smell the burgers.
You know what? Use the Valk. Pull back from Mickey good. Stand aside even better. Otacon picked up by the Cho'Gath. They managed to grab it. The Shockwave only connects onto Oscar. Razork sees an opportunity to step forward, but well played by Fnatic, leveraging the Cho'Gath to secure the objective.
You know, Oscar gets himself his 8th stack there. He's feeling pretty happy with himself. Has really been quietly getting bigger and bigger, and it's not going to stop here.
Good sidestep. That hook hitting was surely death. GX. The previous game, it was so easy for them at the Otacon. Free advantage given, but now it's Fnatic's sole point. Otacon taken, 4K in the lead.
But also, you're going to have to take this fight as essentially third item is completed across the board on towards Fnatic. They're already about half an item ahead across the board, and that's where it's really going to get difficult for Giant X, because Nashor's Tooth will be complete on towards Upset. His poke is going to be incredibly strong, and you're going to have the third item coming through in the Shogun as well, so just him taking that space is going to work so well for them. And in that last engagement, you can see Jun trying to tag Razork, trying to keep him out of that fight, but he just ends up going down himself, and you just aren't tanky enough as the Braum with this Redemption build to try and be that sole frontline here.
And he's trying to be everywhere, and you kind of have to be in some ways, but if Kai'Sa then just jumps over your shield is not stopping the Kai'Sa damage, as we saw in that last fight as well, and Kai'Sa is very, very scary. So Fnatic on the verge of Infernal Soul. It is not like the Cloud Soul in the last game where you can make an argument to say it's useful. Infernal Soul is much more than that. That's kind of game-winning territory with a game like this, especially with the Kai'Sa.
Especially with that Kai'Sa poke, yeah, as you highlighted. For Jun, obviously, usually the big playmaker for this GX lineup, a little bit harder on the Braum. It's Poby and Lot. I don't think Poby feels as good about this one, but he's going to adjust his punch, he's going to taunt, he's going to be stuck in that little box for a while, and it's going to force the TP out from Oscar. Uh-oh, Lot, Daddy's home. Wants something to do with that. We'll just immediately walk away. Isma trying to find an engage at the same time. The map is entirely split. GX being a bit caught out here. Instant ball comes in from Upset, and down comes the Galio, but a bit out of range. Jun is forced to retreat. One kill coming through. Mickey, double! In the blink of an eye, they're gone! And now Fnatic, they smell blood in the water. They want a little bit more. 23 seconds till Bear, and this objective belongs to Fnatic.
We would say that Pyke is just not a champion at this point in the game, but Mickey proves us wrong. Slick mechanics on the Pyke as Fnatic get control of the map now. Is that, you know, the big objective in the Dragon Up? No, but the Baron is spawning in 10 seconds.
Man's about to be at both sides of the montage.
Yep.
Nicely done now, Fnatic, as you say, Chimera. Baron immediately taken, and 1 minute and 15 seconds until that Dragon Soul for themselves as well. That's just such a good engagement from Fnatic.
Oh, it's such a sweet spot because they can reset and go into that setup. And Mickey, you know, he pulls people back, means that, you know, realistically, the Braum is pulled away from the person he wants to go towards. And look at the slide through. Oh, that's disgusting.
Gotta respect it. Some clean movement. Yeah, and now a 2,200 gold lead for the Pyke. He's got enough money for that Umbral
That's
Glaive.
the Pikes you see on ARAM, man. They're disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of free low on ARAM, though. Yeah. There's just 5 people standing.
What do you mean I earned that pentacle?
Yeah, don't let anyone tell you otherwise, Rob. You're right. I take it back. It's actually just you, bro. You're the goat. Everyone else has a terrible
I appreciate
game.
it, yeah.
Maybe Mickey can take some tips.
There you go. GX doing what they can to hold on to this area of control, but it is a disgusting lead for Fnatic, and their composition at this stage so easy to play. Again, Upset, that third completed item, to just poke with these Ws. If they miss, though, that does still hurt. Pretty long cooldown as Mickey keeps stepping forward. Razork debating if he wants to go in. Sweeper over the wall, dashing forward, manages to find the knock onto 2. Upset immediately into the back line, and there's just no counterplay. Upset taking down Jackie. Lock getting cut down now as well. Mickey might not have even connected with the ult. He didn't have time. They died too quickly. This is an absolute slaughter.
These Cyclones from Razork have been destroying GX. As long as he gets 2 people in it, they just can't reform their battle lines and GX fall apart. They're now almost 10,000 gold behind. The Infernal Soul will go over a turret as well. The dominoes fall in favor of Fnatic.
And this is going to be so difficult for Giant X. Game 1 was in your hands. Now game 2, a 10k gold lead for Fnatic. The Soul there taking over, and for a roster that showed such promise, that was looked at as potential underdogs that could upset everything for the top 4 in the LEC.
unfortunately, it just hasn't come together now for them in game 1 or game 2.
And given how important bot lane has been in this series as well, to see that number between the carries, Noah against his old team, Upset getting over a 4,500 gold individually, that one has got to sting for GX.
Oh, yeah, and you can see the damage to champions. The Kaisa poke hitting hard. The team fight damage, those plasma stacks procking. Just difficult for Noah to find the space to maneuver. No flash either. 50 seconds left on this Baron. Oscar solo pushes in that mid wave. And the difficulty is you can't really collapse on the Cho'Gath because it's just the Galio will be there, the Kaisa will be there. Hard thing to punish. The good news is Fnatic's composition is incredibly low range. Upset can't really step forward, so 2 waves of pressure do mean Fnatic will break 1 tower, but unlikely to break much else.
Still, I think you just keep this pressure up if you're Fnatic. Poby being able to threaten potential flank as you try and stand underneath this turret. But Fnatic will just back away, happy to take their prize, and it's not looking good for Giant X. This is what it should look like when you got a 10k gold.
Yeah, you go back to this time last game, we're saying, well, you know, it should really be a victory lap for GX, and they couldn't quite close it out. This time for Fnatic, though, I think it is so much easier to just walk up with a front line with the Cho'Gath and the Infernal Soul.
Yeah,
and just deal
there's
with
not double scaling hyper carries on the opposite side, right? Like Corki and Orion have pretty good scaling. It's just so reliant on you hitting that shockwave, and also it's a 13,000 gold lead. That's a much bigger number.
It's a pretty heady.
All 4 Drakes on the way to the soul. Like,
and they have 2 Seeker's arm cards as well on both of Poby and Upset, which means that shockwave, it's like, who do you even target with this?
It's possible for GX, but it's hard. You can hear the Attack on Titan music playing in the background. It's not enough. There's no 3D maneuver gear there. Mickey looking for the hook. Doesn't quite hit as Poby solo pushing. GX going to try to collapse in the mid lane. Isma getting the fight kicked off. Poby locked up again.
Phase rush.
Making sure he's out to safety, and Fnatic are ready to just end the game. Well played by Poby just to walk away from that one. Good thought process from GX to collapse on the member with the global, but Fnatic just don't care.
GX have used so many of their tools now, and they're in disarray.
Poke on the Lot. Lot is going to get cut down. Ulti coming out from Upset. Jund blocking the wrong way. That's not where he wants to be. Flash over the wall. Face first into Noah. Oh, God, he's aura. It's just too much, Fnatic. Just to lead him. Isma going to recall just in time to see the base crumble. Well, the game might have been quiet, but the mid to late has been dominant, all in favor of Fnatic as they move on to match point.
A celebratory ground slam for Poby, and a well-earned one. After game 1, it looks like Fnatic woke up and chose violence.
Fnatic with 3 match points against GX now. GX backs against the wall. Even after that game 1, it has got to be galling for them.
Yeesh, pressure on. It already was for both these teams heading into the day. On the side of GX, incredibly difficult situation. You had game 1. Game 2, though, belongs to that man on your screen. I might have been a hater, but he made it work. It's Mickey X.
What did I hear? Dracos was a hater of your pike?
I guess so. I mean, this guy hates everything I play, apparently. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't the cleanest pike performance, but I did one good play in the Corki in the mid lane. Other than that, could be improved.
That's what matters. Aura points, and you guys won in the end, much more clean than the first game was. We're gonna forget about the first game, actually. Do you guys believe that you can get a cleaner 3-0 now?
Yeah, looks doable.
All right, doable. We'll see about this. Mickey, thank you so much. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this one for game 3.
League fans, mark your calendars. The LEC Expo is back. On September 27th and 28th, we're taking over Plaza de España in Madrid with 2 full days of free activities celebrating everything League. From cosplay contents and meet and greets with teams and talent to partner activations like Kit Kat's selfie box with Aporo, Red Bull 2XKO station, and lore-inspired booths. This is the ultimate fan experience. It's not just about watching, it's about living League together. So grab your friends, bring your fandom, and join us at the LEC Expo 2025. Free entry, no ticket needed. Don't miss your chance to be a part of it.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out. I don't think this counts. Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, Medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
We
1 HP. I need to run though.
Can we fight? I'm on the Gorgi.
No flash on Johnny.
Gorgi, 1 HP.
No flash to Johnny. I need to base though. I'm not
Johnny. Help me, guys, help.
Johnny? I think no flash. Yeah.
No flash.
I'm here.
Look them.
I go.
I'm on Ori.
I have ulti soon.
I need help. Hold me.
Yeah. 1 second. I got the Drake. Yeah, we can go more.
Gorgi is there.
Look at Ori, Oscar. Ori is dead.
Yes. Look here with me.
You have something here? I can follow here. Nice, guys. This game. One more, okay?
Match point for Fnatic. One more game stands between them and playing versus KC in Madrid. It sounds good, but it doesn't sound that good to GX. I'll tell you that. Seemed pretty composed in the comms, Jack.
Yeah, seemed pretty good. I mean, overall, they made it look kind of easy.
What the hell? What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, compared to that game one especially, right?
Yeah. So let's pull up some, let's talk about Mickey a little bit. We got to talk to him at the end of that as well. You miss all of the hooks you don't throw, Mickey X. Probably, because this was a man on a mission, turning back the clock a little bit with the Pyke that we know from a lot of years ago, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that 2019 G2 roster when Mickey was playing Pyke so much, and I like, he had so many moments this game. It was like he's collecting clips for his TikTok montage right now. He has like 3, 4, 5 TikToks completed already now, and I feel like he was just putting on a show. Every single play seemed like he was having a super moment here as well on the Corki. He didn't end up dying here, but damn, that looked good.
Yeah, I mean, just the thick E over the wall to cover so much distance and actually getting the hook charge up while Noah was stunned there. I mean, overall, it was like a tough kind of early game for him. He didn't get the lead that he really wanted. But then in the team fights later on, it really felt like he came online and kind of secured them the win.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think the whole team was kind of completely on the same page, whereas that is something that I thought I really wanted to see out of GX, right, Finn? But to be fair, Fnatic just played better than they did in game one as well. What did it come down to from their comp? Because as said, you don't have the securities, right, in the beginning, because Pyke does need a little bit of time. You know, you need to play your cards well.
I mean, the big difference was, I think, Razork. Just give that man a champion that has some kind of escape, because I feel like when he's on the Nocturne, when you're in the fray, you are in the fray.
Yeah.
Like, you can't get out the Nocturne. That ult is not an escape. But with Wukong, he has that Warrior Trickster ability where he can just dash out. If he's in a little bit of a pickle, he can get out. And I feel like he's someone that always pushes the limit of how far he can go. And giving a player like that some way to get out if it's a little bit too deep, I think is crucial. And I really liked how he played on this Wukong. Just entire Fnatic just looked so much more coherent than GX did in both Game 1 and Game 2 combined.
They did. So what happened here with GX in this game, Jack?
That's a very good question. I mean, I think you're really seeing the mental toll after that Game 1.
Yeah.
They just didn't really have the confidence to really punish anywhere, and I don't know, they seem like kind of a mental boom team.
I feel for them a little bit, right? Because you can be in that, you can really easily kind of understand what position they are in terms of the whole year, right? The whole year, your scrims are going amazing. You know that your enemies are singing your praises about your scrims. You believe that you can be better. We have this quote also here from Jackie's. I'm kind of sick of being top 6, top 5 every split because they believe that they are better. And then Finn, it could just end just like that in a whimper.
This is the crucial moment, and this is also the time where you as GX can come together. You are still in the race, you can still make the reverse sweep happen, and I think if you want a long run, this would be a great confidence builder for that run, and it just, everything will culminate in this Game 3, I think, because we need to see them fight back. We saw it in Game 1, they could contest Fnatic in the early game, but we need to see them as a 5-man be able to contest Fnatic, because in that Game 5, what faltered for them was their team cohesion, and that is what we need to see from them.
And for Fnatic, they haven't missed Worlds since 2016. This is an organization, Jack, that, you know, I know that the players change, but they have to live up to this huge pedigree, you know? That is what the fans always believe, that they're going to be at Worlds, that they're going to be in those finals, that they're going to win those finals, which hasn't happened in a very long time. So at the very least, you want them to be at Worlds.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they're kind of showing in this game too that once the game is a little bit more their pace, that they can easily take control of it and just showing that experience. I mean, the whole roster, right, has so many experienced players. And I was all in on the Giant X hype train.
Me too.
But after these last 2 games,
it's derailed.
Yeah, it feels really rough.
It really has. We were talking about the bot lane a lot, saying that this series was going to center a lot around bot. Of course, no series ever completely centers around one thing. But Upset had a great game once again. Mickey really put a stamp on this game, and Noah and Jun on the kind of revenge tour, Finn, they are left lacking a little bit.
Yeah, so far has looked to be the Fnatic show in the bot lane, and I think Upset, even in game 1, when the whole game was kind of falling apart, he was doing such a good job just farming, getting big, setting himself up for success in those late game team fights where he could actually carry the game. This game on the Kai'Sa, he had a little bit more setup from the team, and he actually really fell through that promise that he will carry those fights.
You said the S word.
What did I say?
I just said success.
Success? No.
Fnatic
No, Shox, stop it right now.
I will stop it right now. Let's head over to our casters and see if Fnatic can bring this home.
Just had to say it.
I don't mind. I'll take 5. I'll take 5. I like a 5-game series, you know, with respect to the Fnatic boys. You know, if it does need to start with success. Someone's like, no.
You gotta stern talking
and to be fair,
and no surprise, they're wearing a Fnatic shirt.
It did not start with success for Fnatic. It started with a win, but we will never speak of that game 1 again if we are trying to hype Fnatic up.
I don't
game
know.
3,
I feel like
however,
the internet will continue to speak about that game.
Probably yes. And that game 1 does give hope to Giants in this game 3. They're on blue side. Again, Fnatic will have the luxury of counterpick, but we'll see what they want to do. I want more engaged for Jun. Braum, I respect it, but this man single-handedly was making the difference back in spring. Isma's now ready and there to back him up, but you need to give him something to do some work with. He can't afford to be an NPC, a supporting character in this whole cast.
Yeah, it is difficult though, because a lot of those champions have been taken away now, right? Or at least we can continue to see them banned. So I am curious where they end up in the grand scheme of things. Either way, though, I think the control needs to go to GX in the early game. Like, you're kind of seeing if they lose control, they aren't in a position where they're able to fight back. They're not able to position themselves on the map in situations to try and find picks or find the plays that we saw them confidently make in game number 1.
We have a game delay on stage. You can probably guess from the picture that you're seeing on screen what the context is. They were swapping headsets. But it's got to fit the ears good, folks. I don't know how much time you spent. You're all gamers, actually. I know exactly how much time you spent.
Yeah.
If you've ever spent an 8-hour night playing video games with your headset in the wrong position and then your ears just feel like death, that's probably what Popey was trying to avoid here.
Or it's
Vicky, on the other hand,
death by bad headset. Jeez.
Yeah, it feels bad, man. Vicky, on the other hand, is turbo chilling.
I mean, he needs to relax after that.
I mean, he's got a lot of confidence in Game 3, clearly. I still think
he did use the big X to defeat Giant X.
Wow.
I saw a smile. You smiled very slightly. I won. I'm taking that as a win. It's the small
it's good.
Yeah. As long as you had fun, that's all that
I did.
I feel
everything else very secondary.
Yeah,
that's true. It is all about you, Nightmare. Now,
no.
Wow. To head to our second priority, this Game 3 draft.
First time casting with you, doing this. I'm not sure I'm cut out for this heat.
It doesn't go up from here.
It doesn't. After several years, it's a roller coaster. Wait, what do you mean it doesn't go up from here, Rob? Who else is going to catch a stray? That's the question.
I mean, you haven't said anything about Mark today. You've got chance for that still.
That's true. I don't really have much to say about Mark.
You've got time to think.
Yeah, I'm not going to trash talk my 2XKO duo. I need him in top form, top condition, so we can continue to talk smack while being really, truly awful. As we get into Game 3 drafts, the ban's not too surprising. Inara obviously remains off the board. Annie, interestingly, coming out, not wanting to give Jackies that utility option, it seems.
I think really that Annie is the lane-dominant mid laner. I think we've seen really a lot of focus on 2 first-pick mid laners in this series so far. With the Annie out, I'm not sure we're in that position anymore because it feels like the top string of mid laners that actually win your lane very easily are gone.
Okay, so we went essentially triple jungle ban into the Sion.
I think Sion's a good pick here. Honestly, at this stage of the game, he provides the front line, he provides CC, he provides engage, and especially he's already like Rel taken away, Rakan taken away. Unless you want to try and high prioritize like the Alistar and those kind of things, you are going to be in a bit of a difficult spot. But I wasn't sure if the Rise was going to be the pick here for Fnatic because Rise
What does it mean?
The Rise doesn't do fantastically into a Sion, but does give you an awful lot of control on side lanes. And it's kind of the pick in the mid lane that can win you a huge amount of these trades and the 1-3-1 on that side lane.
Yeah, and again, Game 1, Jackie's on the Talia was able to find that big advantage. Game 2 was also, but more because of, I think, the individual matchup. And need to see if he has something up his pocket or up his sleeve, up his pocket. Wow, that was a
There could be a pocket in this.
Yeah, I feel like one of the Nordic boys now. I'm just butchering.
See, it doesn't go up from here.
Right. You could have.
Maybe Jackies will have an answer to the rise.
You could have stood there and called it a neologism, a new word.
Oh,
could have been great.
Okay.
Yeah, and you learned that's a new word though. It's not. It's an old word.
I see that English education. It's looking pretty good right now, brother.
Civet very likely have GX. They're very obviously angling towards scaling tank front line, scaling back line. The Civet was banned earlier in the series. Civet can also tank the Nautilus ult as well by pressing that spell shield. Gives you a lot of options there. Jun might also early lock in an Alistair here now that he sees the Nautilus as well, given that that's one of the last remaining engaged supports.
It's also just decent into the Nautilus, right? If he hooks in, you can buffer the Pulverize and nullify that entire trade. And the only other option I could think of was going for the Leona, but I don't know, Mary, you're a little bit not so much of a Jun Leona fanboy.
Yeah, no,
so,
weirdly, Jun Leona's just got really bad stats over his career. You consider him, a big player of it, but that's just one which just look at the green and red lines and win rate. And I much prefer the Alistair for that, so we'll lock that one in.
All right, Alistair locked in now. Fnatic debating what the final choice is going to be here. Presumably just AD, but could prioritize the Jarvan.
So I wasn't sure if they wanted to try and prioritize the Gwen for Oscar in that top side. I think it's a good matchup into the Silent. Also had a fantastic game on the Aurora the other day too, so there was options there, but they're just going to go for the Jarvan against the relatively short range and immobile Sivir. Going to have a good old time with that Cataclysm.
And now I think as GX you probably do need to ban away that Aurora, because Aurora Jarvan is just such a strong combo. Double AP solo laners matters a lot less now that Bloodletter's Curse has been such a big item across the meta as well. Yone banned away from Jackies as one of his last remaining comfort mid lane picks.
Yeah, taking away the AD option, so giving some respect over to Isma's AP jungle pool. Nidalee was something that came out the last time these teams played in Best of 5. Of course, that was all the way back in spring. They banned both the Wind Bros. That is a lot of respect paid with Jackies.
Well, I mean, the only reason I can think of the Yasuo being banned, I mean, I guess you do have knockups anyway. We did see a Silas jungle Yasuo mid combo from Top Esports earlier in the day, which was kind of crazy. Whoa, okay. Yeah, anything else we're talking about? Forget it. We have a Vayne.
We have a Vayne. And is this a Nidalee? It's an Isma Nidalee. Okay.
Okay, what is
right. Okay.
Okay. Cooking with gas. Okay.
Now, we don't know exactly where the Vayne is going. It's good into the Civet. Back in like Season 5, 10 years ago, we were seeing Vayne and Civet because you could... yeah, that's some weird stuff. Are we going to get started mid? They did this back in previous split as well. Jackie's played a game of this earlier in the year. They could just shift it mid.
Sion mid. Vayne flex pick?
Vayne mid?
Vayne flex pick? What? Kobe? Vayne mid? Lock it in. Lock it in. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Okay.
I don't care if they're clip farming. This is sick.
Okay. Ambassador's going top. San's going mid. Where is the Vayne going? Is it just going to do Where's it coming? Where's it coming?
Wait. We gotta wait. We have to see. You have to see. Alex, you weren't here enough in 2019. You don't know.
I'm sorry.
Nothing is sacred. Anything can go anywhere. Okay, Vayne's going bot lane.
Okay, Vayne's going into the
mid, or is it Sion?
I would imagine it's a Sion mid. I would imagine that's the case. The Rek'Sai very much likely going top. And the Vayne, because it's so much damage in auto attacks, the Civet can't really spell shield it. You lose wave control, but you have kill threat against the Civet.
Yeah. So if we cast our mind back to Season 3, I can hear the voice of Monte Cristo echoing in my head talking about this. And it's just like, you die on side lane instantly in this one.
Oh, Piglet hiding in the side lane,
you just get murdered. It is completely unplayable in isolation. That said, front to backs with Vayne are really hard. She is so short range. There's a lot of damage threat. You have to play pretty flawlessly.
But I think the thing is, there isn't a huge amount of backline threat on Giant X, right? Sure, if Nidalee lands a spear, and there is Ambessa, which is a thing, but apart from that, it is a bit more of a standard front to back. And if you're looking for tank shred, Vayne has it in bucket and spades. Also, just for that bot lane matchup, you can condemn the Alistair out of the headbutt pulverize combo, so you just get knocked away rather than him being able to pulverize too. So
it's also exceptionally easy to input buffer, right? When this matchup was common, you can just push E and then click off, push E, click off, and essentially you will instantly deny the Alistair if he's looking, if he's fishing, if he's on vision. So as long as they're diligent, some really excellent counterplay here. Pressure on though. Again, as exciting as the draft is, and as much as I think that sheep should be enough of an offering to give us a reverse sweep, GX, their backs are against the wall. It is most certainly do or die. It was in the series. Now it 100% is at match point. Fnatic even have the Fnatic Jarvan skin. Berlin going completely bananas, completely crazy for this one.
It's pretty rare to see that Vayne. I'm pretty excited for it. It's our first LEC Vayne since 2023 summer. Crown, he played it, he lost, and it's also Upset's only 4th ever pro game of Vayne as well. I believe he's 2-1 other pick, and he's not played it, I believe, since 2021.
Okay. How many people that weren't playing in Season 3 have like more than 2 Vayne games though? Like LPL top laners probably have like the most Vayne. Like no one is
ever. Because we had this meta around the last MSI where Vayne top was getting really popular, and then it got slammed by lane swaps, and Vayne kind of died again, really. Because it was really good for a brief moment.
People did try though. They really tried to force the Vayne.
But we haven't seen Vayne bot lane a lot. I think we saw one game of it from Weibo's AD carry Lights. He played it like last week. It's really not that common, but it is something which has popped up ever so rarely, I suppose, into the Civ, because again, so little of your damage is skill-based. God, words are hard. And so much of it's in the auto attacks.
Yeah, it is so matchup reliant. Like, it was an old school counter into the Kai'Sa as well, but does work well into the Sivir. So I'm glad to see Upset again. Like, I think this is the cool part of Fearless, as Mickey decides that Mickey needed to go down. That's you end up with these picks that it is worth spending time for some of these counters.
So continuing to step up, obviously super powerful in these early trades. Lethal tempo as well to extend, and they want to keep that trade going. Mickey get a backstep. Won't bother to proc the passive.
That's a huge problem now, because, oh god, he's keeping the lethal tempo up as well. Each of these slight auto attacks in there keep the lethal tempo stacks up. They'll fall off now just about, but now they've lost so much HP, they've lost control of the wave.
Mickey making sure not to risk too much there. We'll start to back away. Heal uses level 2, starts to come through. Jun now a threat. That level 1 with just the headbutt, not too concerning.
I was going to say, the wave was pushing away from them, so Giant X just trying to stay in range to hit the level 2, and that immediately gives them a lot of control back. So heal burnt is actually going to be a pretty big win for Giant X, as they can look for some of these extended trades off the back of it. You need to look for Mickey to try and hook Jun out of these headbutt pulverized combos as the wave bounces back to deny Giant X the trades.
I will say in this brief moment of calm that a reminder that tickets are available, man. Summer finals, not next weekend, the following weekend. And remember that if you're a GX fan, this might not seem like the best time to buy tickets, but you will never have shown greater faith in your team than if you buy those tickets right now. This is the greatest possible faith to ticket purchasing overlap point.
If KT could do it, Giant X could do it. All right.
I'm just saying, if you're a Fnatic fan, you want to see, Fnatic Vayne on stage in Madrid.
True.
Both, yeah, we're really selling both angles of this.
Upset versus Kalisz potentially, Noah versus Kalisz potentially, a lot to be excited for.
See, very early on, we see the cull coming in from Upset as well. So you're just saying, all right, matchup's going fine, easy first back. If you've got enough gold for a long sword, you may as well go for a cull instead if you've got the budget for it. Get yourself towards those powerful
gank angle on the bot side as well here. Razork hasn't been spotted.
Jarvan, obviously premier early activity jungler. Spell Shield won't block too much. Hoping to bait some spells out of Jun. Jun really taking his time. Spell Shield not going to block that one, though. Condemned back into the wall. Razork just continuing to auto, but his red buff fell off.
Huge play from Jun, headbutting Mickey away. So even though Upset gets the CC, Mickey can't follow up for another route and manages to let Noah with that Ghost and Flash get away.
And now look at the wave state for GX's bot lane. They've just lost their Flash and their Ghost on their AD carry. He's had to back. He's going top lane immediately saying, screw this, I'm getting out of this lane, I'm not getting froze on and losing all that farm. Lot will have to go figure that for himself instead.
Now, checking in across the map. Really no massive gold leads anywhere. Upset will start to accrue one there, and Oscar in a really good position to hold the wave. Lot does have access to that TP, instead going to go to the bottom side. Mickey just in time to cancel that recall.
And this is really nice stuff coming out from Fnatic. You take a mistake or a good trade in a lane and you make sure that both lanes are on your side of the map, and you can start really freezing the other team off of the waves. You want to go to the walls.
Masquerade, Razork flag, the drag, nowhere for Noah to go, except for the grave. Oscar Renan finding first blood.
And that is the capitalization of the lane swap. The waves are away for GX, they have to collect them anyway, and they lose the first blood as they go and overextend for it.
And again, Razork kind of coming out in these early stages looking great. Isma on the Nidalee would like to try and get some invades, would like to try and get into his face, but with the waves so far behind, it's nigh on impossible to actually look for any invades and get value out of this Nidalee. And Razork is now getting to clear his camps without any pressure put on him, and get access to the lanes as well.
And Isma's spotted right now, right? And this makes it so much trickier to get anything else done. They're anticipating or can anticipate a bot side invade. If you get through that first clear, even in gold, Nidalee's just going to outpace you. But now on the top side, they're fishing for a bit of vengeance. Unfortunately, that was an awkward animation. Oscar can just tunnel his way out.
Rek'Sai very, very hard to remove from lane. We saw it a little bit from Broken Blade earlier in this play. Can't remember if anyone else played it, but we're hearing some whispers of that champion just being really hard to do. Much dive coming in onto Lot.
Keep you down. Lot level 5 Razork here. Isma is as well, however, on the Nidalee. Flash over, the spear doesn't quite connect. Lot now in trouble. Flagging Drag doesn't hit though. He's just barely able to dash out to safety, trying to sidestep, trying to get Tricky on the hook. Manages to walk away, but I don't think it's going to be enough. One more auto should do it. Oh, that's the final proc. Silver Bolt comes through. Fnatic, 4 members in bot lane.
They need the wave though. There's a lot of members of Giant X trying to get down here. Wave makes it to the tower. We got their safety route out.
Such a close fight. Fnatic able to grab the kill, able to walk away. Crucially, in the meantime, Noah's getting some much needed time to farm on the top side, but it won't mount to too much.
It's Upset that gets the kill on the other side. So the Vayne has a cull, has a kill. Noah's died on the other side too. Yes, he's picking up some farm, which he missed, but Fnatic, all of these flags are green for them right now. It's looking like a great early game.
Definitely is. Also, Upset getting closer to level 6. Massive spike for the champion, right? Ulti is just a huge steroid. As Oscar playing to his limits there. Respect to the confidence, right? These are the kind of plays that he's made during the regular season that got him caught out, that got him killed, but they're just a massive tempo.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Lot wasn't level 6, I think, was the decider there. Is now Poby.
Root connects. Spear connects. That's the combo. Should just be a quick cleanup, but they're out of CC. Poby can't make it out. Isma finding the kill.
Nice job by Isma to finally find one. Jackie's managed to catch Poby off the back. You can see Mickey trying to TP in to help him out, but just so much damage off that combo in the early stages.
Yeah, Poby having no flash there, really well capitalized on by GX, and that can't come much later, really. It felt like this early game was once again slipping away from them, something which you highlighted, Rob, is something that GX really need to sort. That early game needs to be solid, because it's felt like in this series, it's been a bit back and forth on that, and very important to how the game's played out.
Upset continuing to feel pretty comfortable in the 1v1 versus Noah. Of course, Vayne wave clear atrocious compared to Sivir, so Noah can, to a certain degree, just opt out of trying for these short trades and just focus on getting the creeps into the tower. But with Razork in the area, that might not be an option. They think Missy's Mint's position, but it's all a bait as Razork is here. Puts Noah in the cage. Upset more than happy to keep that trade going. Noah finally takes over to level 6, but it does not matter. Feat of warfare to Fnatic.
Noah seconds away from having his flash back up, but Fnatic knew that timer, and they punish once more. Giant X are getting nothing in this early stage, and Fnatic go for the grubs as well.
It's going to open up the grubs. Fnatic get even more gold onto this Vayne, and even less gold. Hang on, there might be a fight onto this, though, backing away.
Isma going in, Razork forced back. Golden Angus to get the slowdown. Spear connects to Mickey. Mickey might be in trouble, but Upset ulting, ready to keep this fight going. Jun with the punt back. They just want to clear up this kill on Mickey. It will go to the side of Jackie's. Another spear goes forward. Mickey manages to sidestep, but the Fnatic bot lane will retreat at the cost of Razork's life.
Isma really does not want his year to end here. He's gotten a couple of good kills now, or kills and participation. Stops Fnatic getting the full sweep of those grubs, and will be able to claim some for his own team.
Poby's on the way to bot side though, and Lot, half HP. You've got a way to reset tower aggro. Fnatic want to look for the cross map.
Oscarunen ready for the dive. Lot can see it coming now, but the knockup starting to feel inevitable. Knockup there from Oscarunen. Immediate damage fallout coming in from Poby. He misses one ability, but it doesn't matter because Oscarunen's ulti is there. Another plate likely to fall as well. Early game, so incredibly favored for Fnatic.
Fnatic just doing so well to look for that cross map and keep the tempo up this entire time. It's making it so difficult for Giant X to try and play through this. As Razork goes to play on top side again. Noah's flash barely not there. And Fnatic able to get another kill back.
And you can see there's some really dangerous combos you can play around even that. Yes, there was the kill back after. You bring your own wall stun with the Cataclysm and the Condemned combo. Wasn't needed there, but watch out for that later into the game. Isma at least able to pick up something amongst this, get some extra gold, and stops it being a full clean play for Fnatic.
And of course, the Scion has a lot of composition where, you know, this champion can just really feel unkillable. Against the Vayne, it might not be one of them. That said, Noah taking up home in mid lane, doesn't have access to boots, does make the trading pattern a little bit rougher, but once he gets like 1-2 items, he should be able to infinitely wave clear. Upset might not have a chance.
Yeah, I think that's the one part where you can try and play for, and oftentimes you've even seen actually Vayne try and go for the static shiv to try and combat that at least a little, but I mean, you do get so much value from the Blade of the Rune King in these fights with the slows onto double melee front lines or even triple melee front lines can work out incredibly potently. It's going to be a tough one for Giant X unless they can leverage that push from Noah to make plays on sides.
And while it's not like you've got something like, hang on a second,
Jackie's going all in. Tunnel right there, trying his best to cover it. Oscar's so patient, but Jun is on the way. Flash forward, one auto. Jun.
Get him, Jun.
Jun, ignite, Q, walk away.
Supportal combat. Jund drops down the summoner. Oscar just about survived the 1v1. Rare to see it's the support which capitalizes like that, though.
Yeah. And Oscar just overstaying on the top side, not really respecting the damage that Jackie's could put out. Jackie's so close to getting the kill himself, but luckily Jund is there to cover, and it likely means this top lane tier 1 going down, but it will be in exchange for the Drake for Fnatic. Grab the Chem Tech.
That's what you need to do with Giant X, though. Make these plays on sides is Obsess. Good spell shield, hook goes wide, and Noah with the fancy feet, making sure the Fnatic can't capitalize on the play.
Big to start to get things back for GX. Again, 1,000 gold lead for the Scion, 400 gold up for Isma as he completes his first item. If they can put those leads to use, they'll feel pretty comfortable. Solid lead for Upset, yes, but no major item completion, and Vayne often can be a tricky champion to get value out of. It's not just as simple as, Jinx, gold lead, win fight.
One thing which I'd like to throw in just an extra consideration. You don't have something like an Enchanter with you. You do have the Jarvan standard for attack speed. Max rank's 30% attack speed, which the Vayne's going to get, which is effectively an extra pair of boots you've got on you for the Berserker Greaves. That can actually be very impactful in mid to late game fights if Razork drops that standard basically anywhere in the vicinity of that Vayne.
Yeah, my biggest problem for Giant X is with the lead ups it has, how do you deal with them? Because it has to be lost that basically gets this public execution into like the follow-up from Isma, and maybe you can finish him off. But if that doesn't connect, and there are people around that can peel for him, it becomes very, very difficult to make that happen. And there's like Mickey, Raz, or Oscar in that can all tank the follow-up spears, that can tank any sort of engage, like even deny Jund access for a follow-up CC. So Giant X really have to play these fights excellently to deal with Upset, especially when he hits that 2 items, both the Blade of the Rune King and that Quincy's Rage Blade. That's where Vayne really pops off.
Definitely can. See what they can do to start to ship the gold back for Noah. Of course, only 9 stacks away from finishing the call on Upset, so that'll be a pretty big surge in gold. Certainly at least a completed Blade of the Rune King, if not more. On the top side, it is Jackie's who's been elected to go up against Oscar, and pretty unplayable matchup for Lot at this stage. And Jackie's, credit to him, is holding his own despite the early MR itemization. Obviously, the plated steel caps do a lot of work against the Rek'Sai.
Oscar's done very well to get himself that lead. Of course, Lot shut down very heavily. I think Oscar's had a pretty solid series overall. The Cho'Gath really sticks out in my mind as one of the, well, quite literally biggest threats in that last game. Right here, we're going to see from this Rek'Sai just infinite wave clear, never able to remove them from a side lane because they bring so much of their own sustain. And that can be something which Fnatic can use to just control one part of the map, because the Rek'Sai, realistically, you're not getting them out of that lane.
No. Definitely a tall task. It would take a random Alistar appearing with Ignite if you wanted to finish a kill.
Oh, we've never seen that, yeah.
Happened once, could happen again, but the game is definitely stalled a bit. Poby stronger on the side lane, and that is kind of the one big discrepancy in favor of Fnatic, is that Lot has been shut down so hard that even though they've swapped matchups, he's still suffering against Poby. Will still be this infinite pressure point as GX now potentially look for the collapse. Will be a tough target to collapse on, though, with the Phase Rush.
Fnatic are doing a good job of protecting him and kind of reading what Giant X are doing, opening up Oscar in and now this alone time on the top side. So Giant X overload the bot side, hoping for a play. They don't find it, and Fnatic are just winning out because they abandoned that top side.
Yeah, for GX, again, the pressure to stem the bleeding, to hold on, to collapse on Poby, to not let him overextend, but also not to concede too much on the top side, as we see Oscar in it, just trying to burn down this tower.
Oscar!
Oh, that last auto! That feels like a criminal.
He needs to get to the tunnel. He needs to get to the tunnel.
He's got 7 seconds in his ear. It could be a little bit difficult.
Knock up. Let's make it. Look at the sidestep. Ulti to dodge. Now immediately run away. Uh-oh, Jackie still has the W proc. Tunnel. The tunnels. Tunnel. He's out. Are you kidding me? That was criminal.
Rek'Sai is just so hard to deal with in a side lane. So much mobility, so much survivability. Took the ultimate. Even with a great ult under the tower from Jackie's wave clear and force the tower shots onto the Rek'Sai. Can't get the kill done. Oscar makes out like a bandit.
That he does. A Thorn, to be sure, in the side of GX. Although 2,100 gold lead, I don't know if Thorn is sufficient. At 2 items, this guy is going to be a problem for every single person in the game, not just Jackie's. As Upset starts to get aggressive on the trade, but nice use of the blue trinket will spot out Jund and Isma wandering into mid lane.
Yeah, so Giant X have a window now where they continue to play on mid wave, and they can then move over towards Rift Herald. They're resetting Lost, so then he looks like he can try and TP in. Just got out the Eclipse finished as well. But I think Fnatic's still in a better position if they move in towards this, especially as Poby's just kind of hovering, waiting to see if he needs to be at the Rift Herald or keep pressure on this tier 2.
Like I said, if it does come to a fight, we are at 1 item apiece, so that will be at least even in terms of fighting stats.
Lot trying to go in, leveraging the power spike that he gets from this early itemization. Poby respecting it, though, will just back off. He doesn't need to make a play. Happy to just keep Lot there for now as GX really just taking control here on the top side of the map. Going to lock down this Herald. Oscarinen's on the way. 4v4 on our hands.
Yeah, Lot managed to cancel the tail up, to cancel the base of Poby. That might be important here.
Oscarinen coming in from behind. TP going in from Poby. GX being zoned back. Q interrupted from Jackie's. Immediate ult coming out from Noah, and the Herald has now reset. GX, do they want to keep this fight going? Law has access to the ultimate. Oscarinen not an ideal target, and the Dragon has spawned. Fnatic may be happy to just trade 1-for-1 here as Upset in the meantime doing a bit of damage to the tower.
Yeah, I think it's a good call from Fnatic. The Vayne damage isn't really there at this early stages. You look towards Poby, he's got a rod of ages that is still stacking. So even just forcing Giant X to commit to this top half of the map with that TP from Lost means they can shift down towards Dragon and trade objectives. Giant X need to get a decent amount of value out of this Rift Herald so that they can spike some gold on their squad and hope that they can fight at these next couple of objectives.
See though, earlier into the year, GX were the Dragon stacking team for so much of it. And now in this series, let's think, they got 2 Dragons, including 1 Elder in game 1, but Fnatic got themselves like the 4 things, so they got the full soul. Second game, 4 Dragons for Fnatic. GX have not focused on these Dragons at all in this series, very clearly making a decision strategically to say top-side objectives, not touching Dragons.
Yeah, in a lot of these situations, bot side has just been losing out on Prio, and that is usually all it takes to shut down those early plays. Of course, Fnatic finding that early success with Jarvan, with Razork on this highly aggressive pick. Keeping our eyes on these side lanes. Rise feels like an inevitability, but for now, Jackie's sitting comfortable.
Yeah, you basically have to pick like the worst of the bunch for Fnatic solo laners, because Giant X, Lot is just too far behind. No matter what lane he goes to, he's going to struggle into. And now they're actually going to try and TP Jackie's in to help them.
Waiting over the wall, but the tunnel's, oh, that's awkward. Tunnel was right there. Jackie's anticipating a new tunnel being made as Oscarinen once again just leaves.
He's a lumberjack, not a miner.
That's true.
You can't give him crap for not spotting the tunnel, all right?
He wasn't ready. I cannot imagine a champion more annoying in the game League of Legends than this Rek'Sai right now.
I mean, right now, I just feel like I need like a little London Underground map for all of these tunnels. I'm thinking of Victoria Land to go in. Where's he going?
I think whatever, if you've ever been to a major city where you don't speak the language and tried to navigate the subway
system. He's made his own U-Bahn!
Yeah, this is, that's the experience. For anyone trying to take Oscarinen out right now, it's like, nah, bro, you take the S3 through Alexander Platz, then the M4. It's like, why are there so many letters? Why isn't it just one number? Why isn't there just 1 4? It's like, no, there's 3 4s. My God. Gotta pick the right one. Alas, it does not happen. Jackie's now with the unending despair as well as a bit of aggressive trading coming in from Lot. Really determined to try and get something back, but a nice hook coming in from Mickey. Ulti goes out, the interrupt is there! They managed to stop the ulti from coming through, now they're gonna both be in trouble! Sion right in the nick of time! He can't take out a Rek'Sai, but he can take out just about anybody else!
The GX solo laners combo up, and this time it works. 2 kills to GX, and they'll open up a little bit more of this bot side of the map, with Jackie slamming into the play.
Jackie's is doing such a good job to shadow Lot and get him some resources that he needs. Now, with the Rift Herald in mid lane,
Upset, exhausted, trying to zone back. Upset just chasing. Backstep is still good from Upset. It might be enough to turn, but Noah's so confident. Ulti's going, signs up with the Q. Oh, he's dancing on them. Jump with the follow-up. Mickey on the way in, but it does not matter. Clean sides across the board. Oscarinen trying to turn it back. Flash in. Down goes Noah. Oscarinen on the hunt. 2,500 gold ahead, but can he get another kill? GX staying just at arm's length.
Huge turnaround for Giant X though. Even with Noah going down, he gets the kill, they get the tower mid, Jackie's is getting the tower bot, and Lot is getting to farm uninterrupted. This is exactly what Giant X needed to keep their hopes alive in this series.
GX now have a 2,000 gold lead, and a lot of that's been now evened out in that bot lane. We'll go back into the replay here as we're saying, well, you know, any matchup for Lot is a losing one. Okay, if he's there on his own, he's not there. Takes a ton of damage, but realizes that the pain train is coming in as Jackie slams in after the Realm Warp had been cancelled by the public execution.
And Poby had the flash, but just wasn't quick on the finger to get away from it. And then Upset tries to help out here, but a great engage. And even with Razork trying to go for the ultimate, doesn't work out.
We only have voice lines on.
Yeah.
Okay. Lot, though, flying a little too close to the sun. Now going to try and ult over. Does not connect on the ult. Isma's on the way in with a little bit of a heal. Starting to heal up. Lot looking okay now. Dash back to safety. Noah can't save the day, but he might be able to turn it back. Oscar down! Shut down on the Sigma! That's the worst person to give the money to! And Otacon is up! GX They're just, we say they're getting everything they want, but this time they're actually getting everything they want!
GX are on the brink here. This is that lifeline game. They cannot afford to lose it anymore. Things look bad in the early game, but they're clawing their way back, bit by bit.
This is absolutely incredible. Jackie's has been putting on a show on the Zion, and now it's Isma benefiting off the back of him being able to set them up. But Giant X, they get Adacon in a game that looks so dire.
Why do top laners complain about playing this champ? And mid lane single-handedly carries the game!
Mid laner's better.
You cannot convince me this is the Ornn of 2025. He is the assassin, he is the playmaker. He is the bard, the mage, he is everything.
And you know, Locke is really quite weak individually, and we've seen Fnatic really try and set this ambassador behind to quite good success, actually. But it takes so long to kill him with the redemption involved as well, that Fnatic overstay, and then the really powerful members of GX turn the tables.
Yeah, the TP coming through off the Alistar as well, thanks to that Unsealed Spellbook, means that they're able to follow up. And it's just been such a wondrous turnaround from Giant X, and now with a 1.5k gold lead, they set their sights on the Dragon. Poby looking for the flank.
26 flowers ahead as well. They're just so much more powerful. Again, most of the money, most of the advantage is still on Oscar Renan, going 1v1 versus Lot. Isma now coming over the wall, but Poby waiting behind to get some damage down. Good use of the redemption. Gonna heal up 3. Mickey standing off on the side. That's the ulti coming in from Noah, but the immediate fall just isn't there. Upset invisible, trying to finish the kill. John with a quick pump back, trying to save his AD, but it is not enough. Oscar Renan going down under the ground, and it's Poby again, uncontested, trying to free fire as best as he can. No one is touching the rise. The Vayne still standing. GX, it starts good, but they can't put their damage where it counts.
Giant X are trying to play whack-a-mole, and Upset is just dodging everywhere, making sure it's impossible to hit him. Fnatic find the fight they need off the 2-atom spike on the Vayne.
Isma sticking around, maybe looking for a bit of a miracle spear over the wall, but I think he'll be blocked out, walking forwards.
Trying to finish it. Retreat with the blast cone. Mountain Drake to Fnatic. Soul point.
Just what a ridiculous fight coming out, particularly from Poby and from Razork. I think Poby starts things off really well with an unexpected bit of burst onto Isma, and Locke forces the flash and the redemption. Then watch what happens with Razork after this point. Blam! 3-man knockup after the ultimate as well. The standard is down. Yes, he dies, but he's created the space and the disruption that Upset needs to dance around the fight as the Vayne.
And you can see what happens when Fnatic get these scrappy fights, right? Front to back, the Sivir, Nidalee with the heals. You know exactly what's going to happen. Jackie's is that frontliner, but when Jackie's is the frontliner,
what a combo!
It doesn't matter. They get the combos.
But this is what we're talking about, right? If Upset is untouched, it is incredibly difficult to deal with this Vayne, and especially when Noah is just being focused down by Fnatic at the start of these fights. Giant X need to find a way to protect him at the same time dealing with Upset. But with 2 items now onto the Vayne, he is really starting to come online. And that gold lead that we were just praising Giant X for is just disintegrated.
And it's essentially, I would guess, dead even in terms of effective stats. 3 Drakes to the extra flowers. Yes, there's some extra XP on the side of GX, but it's mostly making up for Lot's early deficits. But again, if we go into another fight like that, if GX cannot rally and find, I think, a cleaner front to back or an angle to pick Upset off before a fight, it's hard to see how they'll get this done.
It really has to be about trying to set up the battle lines well in advance. I think GX, they indexed too hard into the flank in that last fight, where realistically you need the Sion in front of you. Don't let the Rise just gun you down. Hope he did a really good job of getting that early damage out, forcing GX on the defensive. We're now at a point where it is a very even game. That leads to things being very, very tense. GX had a golden opportunity right the way in game 1 to get themselves on the board. They have failed to do so in that game and in game 2. Can they do any better here in game 3? Fnatic have been dominating most of the series.
Ulti. Full chase down coming. They decide not to. Okay. A bit anticlimactic, but it's also important to know when to push on the brakes.
But I think this is what you have to do as Giant X. It's use again. Noah has push advantage just because of the base kit of this Sivir. And they need to use that to try and put pressure onto sides, deny Noah access to this tier 2. And Poby had to reset because of that pressure that was coming through. So Fnatic now again on the back foot, and Giant X using this as this jump pad into the Fnatic base to try and look for picks, try and look for small advantages while Fnatic are scattered.
And while Fnatic did a great job of evening the gold up, while Soul Point is an excellent position to be in, this GX composition, if they get a Baron, is pretty impossible for them to play against. Super short range. No traditional heavy wave clear. Yes, Rise can clear waves, but he has to get close, which is often tricky. You're against a Nidalee and a Sivir together. The siege from GX is terrifying. If they can find that angle, if they can take that major objective.
see that Jackie's once again tussling with the Rek'Sai. Neither of these two is realistically killing each other. Mickey's in a little bit more trouble, though. Will hook himself out to safety.
Feeling okay about that one. Gold, right on the money. Looking at those item completions, though. See if Noah can get his third before the fight kicks off. Flicker Blades would be a pretty big spike in terms of effective damage.
Yeah, I've kind of hit on something there, Dracos, with the Fnatic comp, though. They aren't very good at not only taking siege, but providing siege as well. So they are going to be heavily Baron reliant. Now, you can kind of see that they are doing very well in the fights, but without having the control on the map, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually find windows to go for the objectives. So I think it will be just kind of waiting now until this next dragon spawns, and Fnatic trying to go for this cross map of trade for Baron or trade for a dragon once more.
It's also really tricky because essentially what they have is a 1-3-1 comp, but they have 3 side laners.
Yes.
The Vayne is also a side laner. And the big thing about 1-3-1 is usually you want like an AP, or not an AP, excuse me, lethality. Var is someone who can just auto push mid and you just ignore it. Vayne's wave clear is terrible, as we've highlighted. It's not going to get much better. Yeah, she does more raw damage. We just have an AoE, so it's kind of hard for Fnatic to do the traditional 1v or 1-3-1 thing that we're so used to seeing.
Yeah, no, the way that Vayne controls waves is by threatening to kill you, so you have to back up. That's the way she does it, and right now, because GX have managed to claw back into this game after what was quite a...
Sorry, that boomerang chained all the way to upset and canceled his back.
Sivir things. And Sivir now has that third item, so good luck ever getting that Sivir away from those waves.
Noah, auto wave clearing. Will get knocked up, however. That is pretty rough. Forced to ghost. So small summoner spell advantage for the side of Fnatic. They're not going to overcommit on this one, but bit of an oopsie from Noah to stray too far forward there.
Especially with 20 seconds till Dragon. Taking that chunk means, well, he doesn't have that much life. Still has a little bit from his bloodline and the D-Blade, of course. Gonna give up a little bit of control mid here now.
Combo into Oscar, just trying to chunk, but again, the healing is just massive. Only Grievous Wounds on the team is on Jackie's. Oh, Isma going boom. They're still going to look for the knock-up, though. Knock-up there. Body block coming in from Jackie's, but Razor just goes right over the top. Noah isolated in the backside, flashing backwards, trying to beat up this front line, but he can't do much of anything. Fnatic, though, getting took lower and lower. Upset still manages to live, and down goes Noah, and that might be all that matters. Jackie's retreating. The damage just isn't there. Even the tower, not enough. His Upset is just unrelenting. Autos, silver bolts, everything being thrown down, but the zombie making the difference. His lot is there beside him. Jackie's determined to finish the kill on Razor, but he can't quite get it done. Oscar finally knocking him down. One more auto, and he takes out another one! Fnatic are keeping their dreams alive! They want to make it to Madrid, they want to make it to Worlds, and with the soul now in their back pockets, that fight may have just booked their tickets.
Fnatic's team fights have just been better. I really love the way that Razork has been working his way in and out and in again. So these team fights constantly putting threat onto Noah. It'll net them the Dragon and the Soul. Alongside all the kills, as Isma sees someone jumping at him, immediately goes golden. I wonder whether he should have just immediately flashed out. Going golden in that location makes it so hard to rally around him. And this big damage threat that the Nidalee actually does need to beat is immediately off the board.
Isma has been so good for a Giant X this split, but that was a massive mistake. With a Scion, with an Alistair, there's no need for you to be the one face-checking a Fnatic pounce. And in the battle of kill the AD carries, it's Fnatic who are continuously coming out on top.
Wait, as we go back into live, there's a bit of a desperation Baron coming through from GX, trying to catch Fnatic flat-footed.
Razork waiting over the wall. Noah 3.5 items, has some armor pen. 7k, Jun going over the wall, going back, but they don't have enough damage. Razork still has enough time to get over. Knock-up gonna go on to the Noah. He's gonna be able to spell shield that immediately out. Who's gonna get it in the end? Eyes on the Baron, and they managed to take it! Fnatic just keep coming out on top, but Noah's ready to dish out the damage. It's not enough to knock him up. Noah's still living for an extra second. Down goes Upset. Lot lives, but it is not enough. A triple for Bobby, a perfect realm warp, and a steal from Razork to seal the deal.
There is nothing that Giant X can do in this game. Fnatic have had their hands around their throats, and they're slowly closing them.
Razork gets the steal, Bobby gets the triple. And Bobby led off today saying that GX's road ends here. He puts a final nail in the coffin.
And just what a game. What? Never mind. There might be room for one more nail in this coffin. Or one more game if GX came out the comeback. But again, we saw how impossible it was. It was a desperation attempt for GX. They felt like they had to do it, but everything went wrong.
Yeah, everything was disastrous. Isma getting caught by Mickey. Thanks to that ult on towards Noah, the steal comes through. Isma has to run away. And as you say, the Realm Warp into the Cataclysm just finishes off everyone. Upset again. The invisibility against this Sivir makes it so difficult for the Sivir to get those auto attacks down. And that's not even mentioning Poby, who picks up the triple kill.
It's looking pretty dark for GX now. You are behind an awful lot against a Mountain Soul, against the Baron and Fnatic, as opposed to GX in that game one have not given up these game-ending leads as easily as sadly they did back in that start of the series.
And I don't think anyone saw this potentially ending as a 3-0. Giant X have shown in summer what they are capable of, the growth that they've had over the course of the year, but against this Fnatic, it has just not been enough. The Scrim Gods have been thwarted, it feels like, as Fnatic set up across all 3 lanes and start to push them down.
And I think for Fnatic, their whole year has been very strange from a third-party perspective, looking on the outside in about what do we expect from them. They came into the year speaking big goals. They thought, you know, this team must win titles. They've not really shown that level throughout this year consistently. They've been up and they've been down, and particularly in this split, we had some wonders about them, but it could start from here, making their way back up that mountain. They go on from here to face up against Karmine Core, of course, and that'll be a hard challenge if they do make it there.
Oscar able to walk away with the knockup. I don't think they had enough to kill him, but at least enough to threaten, maybe stall at this push. Again, we highlighted it earlier. Really Baron reliant is this Fnatic lineup, although as their gold lead grows, that may less and less be the case. Keeping pressure bot side. Noah, 4th item completed. Razork locked up, decent damage, but again, it's all eyes on Noah. His flash looks like just now available. They can force the fight if they want to. Again, more time, I think, good for the composition that GX are running. ISMA also completely out of mana. Forced to back away now.
10 seconds left on the Baron. They will just barely manage to get this turret.
Engage going in on a Jackie's. Noah able to block the Nautilus ultimate. Razork waiting. Fnatic, though, don't want to overcommit. We'll just take the tower in mid lane. May look for a little bit more. Mickey does manage to land the hook. That's the redemption. Poby, nice flash back. And it's Jun who's been caught out completely. Now they're descending on them like sharks. Noah for a brief moment untouched, but it doesn't matter. It might be too late in the fight. All eyes on Noah. Law finds his way into the back line. Decent damage to follow. Oscar running on the way in, but Noah's already taken down Mickey. He's looking to bat another ambulance. His Razork is about to fall. Zombie Scion, not enough. Razork still standing. GA still available. And it's all falling apart for GX. They might have found one, but Fnatic will not relent.
Poby breaks their ankles as Fnatic maybe look to break the game.
ISMA dash over. Knock up, not going to connect. Noah doing everything he can to clear, but there's just too much damage. The flash forward, the flag, the drag, down he goes. A second life for Razork. Happy to have it, but there's no wave. Lot backstepping. The wave there for GX. ISMA waiting to come over. Massive shield goes in for Poby. Lot needs to backstep. Oscar Renin now in trouble, but finally the bot wave is here. Fnatic, do they need one more fight, or will they go for the close?
Upset's ultimate's just off cooldown. Here he goes.
Dash through, turns invisible. 3-man knockup from Oscar. They were already dead men walking, but that is indeed the final nail in this coffin. Fnatic knocking down GX, securing top 4 and their place in Madrid.
Fnatic looking confident in game 2 and 3. Phenomenal mid-game, finding those plays where they need to win team fights and taking down Giant X.
They do with a vein which we've not seen here in the LEC in years, and they do it in style. Fnatic walk forwards, and GX's road truly does end here.
Hearts out to them, but for Fnatic, level up, it feels like, in this series. Obviously a tough loss in that 5-gamer today, a 3-0 over GX. KC on the horizon, your EMEA player of the series. Vote now at LEC on X. Oscar Renin, Upset, and Mickey, all excellent choices. And in the end, we saw moments where we thought maybe the vein would be exploited, but they were so consistently good at taking Noah out of the equation, taking that option away from the side of GX.
Yeah, the Fnatic plays were just too strong. Poby holding up the Fnatic logo there. But commiserations to Giant X. This has got to sting. Spring and now summer, they fall to Fnatic in playoffs, but they should be proud of the progress they have made. This was not a showing of their best, and we know what they are capable of, and we're excited to see what they can do in the future.
Yeah, a number of great individual performances across the year from the GX lineup, a lot of improvement. Sadly not coming to culmination completely here for them as a squad, and Fnatic clearly the better and more clutch team on the day.
Yeah, and I got to say, big shout out to Oscar Renin, right? When we were talking about him on the podcast coming to playoffs, it felt like he was the clear weak link. But in both the last 2 series, he's had these highlights. This game, he was an infinite point of pressure for this Fnatic lineup. And if he can keep up this level of performance, well, that's going to be crucial as they look ahead towards their next opponent.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to try and now figure out how to play against Fnatic, right? Because it feels like they've started to figure out exactly what their focal points want to be. It's still kind of play around upset, but if you're shoring up things in the top side, Poby really starting to fit in now, not only with how he plays individually, but syncing up with map plays, finding those moments where he can try and lead into side lanes. It feels like Fnatic have kind of figured out the formula that they want.
See if that formula is enough as we get ready for Madrid. But in the meantime, let's send it over to Lar and the victorious Razork. Lore. Why did I say Lar? Oh, I'm so sorry.
How dare you butcher my name like this, Dracos? Thank you so much for joining us on stage for the Marion Van Boy post-game check-in with Razork. Thank you so much, Berlin. That was quick. That was quick. That was very unusual of you guys. Only some misplays in game one, but after that, everything was super clean. What happened between game one and the rest of the series?
Well, I mean, I think game one we should have lost. I think Giants mega choked it, honestly. But yeah, we made a lot of mistakes, and then it was hard to play. We need to get our combos with the Nocturne, Rakan, but they were actually reacting pretty well to it. And game 2 and 3, I think we had better draft. We were very comfortable with our champions, and we just took over the game with Drakes. I felt like we got sold all 3 games, so it was pretty chill.
Yeah, did you expect to 3-0, or at least if not 3-0, that the series would be that easy, given the preparation you had?
No, for sure I didn't expect that it was going to be a 3-0. I think from our practice, we were kind of beating or almost beating every team, but I think Giants was the one that was the hardest for us. Like, I think we were suffering a lot versus them. So I was coming in today with the expectations that this was going to be a tough series. Yeah, I mean, after we won the game one, probably they like collapsed.
Yeah.
I would have been mega tilted too, but yeah, they didn't bounce back on the game 2 and 3, and I think we played pretty solid at the games. So.
Yeah, that is a mental break here, and you guys took the best of it, honestly. When I think of Fnatic, you came back this summer with a change within the team, replacing mid lane, which is not an easy role. Gets even worse when it's an import, but you guys handled it so well. And you were talking through so many interviews, we've talked about this on stage, the fact that Poby brought new vibes, replacing a player brought new vibes. So one split down on the way to Madrid, how do you reflect on the improvements from Fnatic with this change in mid lane?
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure we are improving a lot. I think one main difference that it's from the last split, I feel like we didn't take the Koi loss too hard. I feel like we would have been a bit mental after that loss, but I feel like this week we still practiced very well, and everyone was like still very motivated and hungry to make 2 Worlds. Now we're in Madrid. I'm very happy for that. So yeah, I mean, I think Poby is part of it, but I think the whole mentality of the team has changed.
Absolutely, it's a team effort in the end. Before we talk about Madrid, which I assume you're very, very happy about, you've mentioned in a Sheep Esports interview 3 days ago, actually, that in the past, you used to be really affected by fans flaming you and fans' reactions, and then you stopped caring or found a way to stop caring, and I feel like a lot of players struggle with this. How did you make it happen? How did you switch your mentality to finally block the noise?
I mean, I feel like you just get used to it. You just like play for a few years in competitive. You realize that the same people that love you one week, they can like hate on you the next one. And I feel like the true fans will support you all the time. And I think in Fnatic is like...
Thank you, Fnatic fans.
I feel like in Fnatic we have a lot of fans, and 95% are very supportive.
This is just a glimpse of what you're going to have in Madrid next week. A lot of Fnatic fans, a lot of Spanish fans as well. True. What are you looking forward to the most?
I mean, honestly, when we went to the road trip in Madrid, playing against Koi, it was the most amazing moment ever. Even though we lost, like the whole stadium was with so much energy, and I'm looking forward to do the same. This time against KC, so I'm expecting like more fans from our side there. But I think it's going to be a really amazing experience.
Absolutely. And yeah, guys, you're going to have to be loud in Madrid for this guy. Give him the best day possible. Now, do you have... We see your bot lane right in front of us, ready for PGL. Is there anything you want to say to Upset and Mickey?
I don't know, my ADC has such a big balls, I feel like. He just plays one scrim game of Vayne and he pops it, and he kind of smurfed it, I think. And Mickey with his spike, so I don't know. I think you guys played very well, so good job.
Good job, and good job to you as well, Razork. Thank you so much for the interview. Looking forward to seeing you in Madrid. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We're going to switch to PGL right in front of us. Shogs, take it away.
Thank you so much, Laura. Indeed, we're here in PGL with Jack Spectra, but more importantly, perhaps, with the bot lane of Fnatic, Upset and Mickey. Upset, first thoughts after this. I want to say it was a comfortable 3-0, but there were some difficult moments nonetheless, I guess. Would you agree with that?
I mean, when you're 11k gold behind and they have Elder and Baron, you could say it's a difficult moment, I guess. Yeah. But for us, it was like very... That's our comfort zone, like 11k down, Baron, Elder, and we managed to clutch it.
Yeah, Mickey, you want to talk about that first game a little bit? Because we were having a lot of conversations on the desk about like what is worth it for either side, right? Because you have the dragon stacking, but Giant X is giving it up, but they win some of the skirmishes. Like, what did you think about the game state before you won it?
I mean, getting the Cloud Soul was pretty clutch.
Yeah.
I think with a different soul, maybe it would not be as easy to play the team fights. So we got kind of lucky on that side. But in general, I would say the 4 dragons against 3 grubs should be beneficial for us.
But Atakan did just go their way also. But let's not linger on game 1, right, Jack Spectra?
No, I mean, overall, I was really surprised. I thought Giant X might win, because I've just been hearing they're so good in scrims. There's been other players as well thinking that, based on scrims, that they would be better. What do you think happened to them? Do you think it was just mental boom after game 1, or how did they just collapse?
I mean, I was never very impressed with them in scrims, honestly. I thought they were fine, but like they were not like cooking us or anything. Like I feel like we probably have a good win rate this year against them in scrims overall. So I wasn't really worried about that. And yeah, I think mentally wise, that game 1 was very tough for them. And I also felt like their bot lane was under a lot of pressure. And it kind of snowballed a lot, the mental game on bot. So it felt easier than expected, because I think they're a good team. And I thought they were clearly the 5th best team for sure.
But not any higher. It is Fnatic that goes on now to play next Friday. But to talk a little bit about the games as well, the Pyke came out in game 2. Dracos was talking a lot about it. Honestly, how do you feel about Pyke currently?
I mean, it's very niche, I guess, the situations you can pick it in. They kind of blinded Brom, and I had Kai'Sa, so I kind of want to pick a melee champ with Kai'Sa, but, you know, Pyke is also just pretty good into Brom. I think I played once when I played Brom Kog'Maw, we played against a Pyke. It was kind of hard to play.
Look, your quote. Did you say that?
Did I?
I don't know if you did.
I didn't say that.
Hilly said that.
Hilly said that. Allegedly.
Yeah, it was a bit rough in lane, but after that, I think I started hitting some here and there.
It was rough. We were 20 CS ahead.
Yeah, but I was missing hooks.
Okay.
Yeah, but his counter is different than yours, right? You're looking at CS, but Upset, are you familiar with Vayne spotting?
Yeah, it's a very old school meme, but I think I did just fine this game, honestly.
I think you did incredible, honestly. For people that are not aware, Vayne spotting, it's an old meme. It's like where you would kind of look at games and wait for the Vayne to make a misplay because they feel overzealous in their ultimate, right? Is that correct, Upset?
Yeah, it's like Lee Syndrome, kind of. Like the Vayne just going way too fast and queuing into 5 people and dying, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the modern Kai'Sas going way too deep every fight.
I mean, for some, yeah. For sure.
Not for you. Jack, is your Vayne better than Upset's, or?
No, I wouldn't.
No, definitely not.
But I was really impressed by the fact that you just pulled out the Vayne and played like this. Have you played much Vayne recently, or it's just like you saw the enemy comp, it's a perfect Vayne game, and you just went for it?
I played Vayne top yesterday against Poby, and I solo killed him level 3.
Oh, excellent.
So he gave me a lot of confidence, honestly, after that, so I knew I had to pick it today. But yeah, I played it a little bit, but it's one of my very favorite champions.
She's so fun.
It's also the favorite champion of Paula, so I'm always happy if I can pick it for some brownie points, I guess. So,
and if you get a win, it's...
I really love this champ for sure, yeah.
Yeah, great champion indeed, also niche, and I think it's good to have that in your back pocket when you're going into, like, of course, the further best of 5s that you're going to be playing. Also, Upset, we noticed, I don't know if it was Finn or Jack saying during game 1 that you're so good at, okay, excuse my French, but when, let's say, your jungler is inting a little bit in a game or the game state is not going your way, you're so good at just keeping focus. You won't get caught out. You're going to get the wave. You're going to make sure that you're positioned well for the later fights, which I think in part also helped you guys win that first game. Like, how do you switch off all the noise and just focus on what you're supposed to be doing?
I mean, it mostly comes from scrims, I guess. It's just this region you have to learn how to play when people are trolling a lot. So it's just normal, honestly. But it also just comes with experience. I think with time you see that the stage games are usually very slow, and it's just important to not get flustered, and you will usually always get another chance on stage games. It's not like the game is just exploding because somebody did a mistake. And I think Ivan also did really a lot of good things, but I think that's always the flip side. If you have a playmaker in your team, sometimes he's going to show up and carry you, and sometimes you need to step up and try to carry him, right? Even if he's having a bad game. So I think it's mostly just down to experience. Yeah.
Makes sense. Speaking of, our Kia player of the series was Oscar Rinen, and I think he had a tremendous series. Can we get an applause for our Kia player of the series? Thank you. And Jack, you know, I'm sometimes, you know, sometimes it doesn't work out, but most of the time it does. And I actually feel that in this case, he really, I don't know, drove a lot of games home for me with the steady position that he had in the top lane, because Lot also quietly had a really good series.
Yeah, I think both on the Rek'Sai and on the Cho'Gath, felt like he was a real difference maker in the team fights. I don't know, did you guys think that top lane, not that it would be an issue in this series, but were you surprised by how well he played? I don't know how to say this without sounding.
Yeah, without, because we're not trying to.
Yeah, I was surprised he played well. I thought he was going to run it down.
Mickey?
I guess.
I mean, he was playing really OP champs as well, like Cho'Gath. But yeah, he played really well. I think also the Rumble game, he got a little bit into it in the top fight that they lost. But other than that, I think he had some good rules. That was a fire.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to Madrid next then. Mickey, of course, last time in Madrid, it was awesome. We heard from Oscar, but obviously we also remember that ending of the game versus MKOI. I don't know if you do. That was insane. But tell me a little bit about the experience that you had then and the experience you're hoping to have there. Now, knowing that, just one more best of 5, and you're at the World Championship.
Well, hopefully this time Bobby will buy Lichbane if we're in a similar situation. But yeah, I mean, I think we can do it for sure. I think it's going to be a tough one, but I'm looking forward to playing in front of the crowd. I think last time I was very hype. So looking forward to it again.
And that it's versus KC.
Predictions?
Yeah, predictions.
3-0. 3-1 KC.
2-0. 3-1 KC. Upset, same question for you. Also, the added context that Fnatic as an organization has not missed Worlds since 2016, and I know that's also a huge goal for you. So yeah, tell me how you're kind of looking forward to that opportunity to prove that you deserve to be at the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, it would be absolutely huge, I think, for the org and for everyone. I think everyone in our team has been working pretty hard recently, and I would really be happy for our team if we can make it, especially for Poby. He just came here this split, and he is like a very young person, and I think it would be really a great experience for him to play internationally.
Yeah, absolutely. And can you just, I mean, if T1 make it, and if you make it, we just need like some kind of a video of those two, right?
That would be very cute, yeah.
That would be sick. However, on the other side of the game, there was, of course, Giant X, whose season is now over, and Laura standing by for some words from Giotto.
Giotto, thank you so much for joining me after this series. Obviously, this is not the way I wanted us to do this interview. Talk me through what missed during this series.
A lot of mental, I think. I think that the feelings on game 1 was that this would be a very good series for us. And then, I don't know, it's like someone, I don't remember who, said to Noah to solo Drake, and then Lot engaged alone, and then Jackies wanted to go there Nexus or something. It was like so messy. And after, since the whole moment was like confused, then I think we couldn't bounce back, and I couldn't make them bounce back, so I think like overall just missed a lot of mental, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, Razak was mentioning it on stage, of course, we've talked about it, the heartbreaking game 1, yeah. Really. Did you feel like your players were different after that in the way they were communicating?
Yeah, for sure. But I felt I was different too, and the rest of the staff. I think we were all affected and we're all different. So it's not only a player thing. Mm-hmm. That's why I think it affected, but like it's hard for me to know as well. Or I don't want to be here saying that like we would have won the series if it was not that game 1. It affected, but knowing the future is like so impossible. Maybe Fnatic would win 3-1 and we win that game. So
absolutely,
I think we shouldn't focus on that game and more on why were we as a staff not able to make them come back on the mental aspect, and that's the only thing that I think we should take from this series. Yeah.
Yeah, and thinking about your season the whole year, having to find a new jungler after Closer step down, Noah having some issues as well. I feel like you had a lot of things to handle, a lot of things to take care of with this group of players, and we saw the progress. We knew about the progress. You heard about them on scrims and everything. What will you note from this year? What will you keep with you from this year?
I mean, so on the problem side, I think that this is something that every league team has. Every team that is right now fighting for the championship also had their issues. So I don't think that that is something that we should hide behind. But what I take from this year, I think that this was one of the funniest group of people that I had the chance to work with, and a lot of growth, both theirs but also mine. And I don't know, it's like right now it's hard to do like a reflection of what we really take from this split, but I will take a lot of the memories for sure.
Yeah.
I don't leave with like. I mean, I do leave with a bad taste because of how we lost, but I don't leave with a bad taste of the split or of the year. And yeah, that's like once this sourness passes, I think those are the things that I'll remember the most from this year. Yeah.
I mean, GX was extremely interesting and entertaining to watch. I still remember the support from your fans in Spain during the roadshow, and overall, even the support from fans every week, GX fans. Is there anything you would like to share with them today?
Just thank you. They are amazing. Not only or obviously mainly the GX fans, but every fan that decided to stand behind this dream of a small team being able to make it to Worlds and upset this top 4 teams. We didn't do it. But know that we tried everything, we did everything that we could, and a lot of disappointment, but very few regrets from this split. And I hope that not today, but from the rest of the split, we were a team that people could enjoy seeing, that we created narratives that people enjoyed for us and for the leagues, and overall that the fans felt connected to support.
Well, thank you for the memories.
Thank you.
Thank you for the good vibes. Send them a lot of love, please, on Twitch, on social media, everywhere. Giloto, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
A big applause here, once again, also from the fans in the studio. Yeah, they were super entertaining. Not everybody can win, and they definitely fought for it, Jack, but I've definitely enjoyed watching their journey this year.
For sure. It's been wonderful to see their growth, especially Isma. I think when he came in, he looked rough and the team wasn't meshing, and seeing their growth playing around him and just improvement in general. I'm still I have a bitter taste in my mouth because I feel like they had the potential to be so much more, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
That is how the cookie crumbles. So, Mickey, some final words for the Fnatic fans that are here and that you will be seeing in Madrid, perhaps?
Well, thank you for supporting us so far and going forward. It's been not the easiest split, I guess, but we made it to Madrid, so see you there.
Nice. Okay. Awesome. With that was our very last show from the LEC studio for 2025. We're going to take a week-long break, but then we will be in Madrid for the rest of the summer split. It will be KC and Fnatic kicking us off on Friday, the 26th of September. And the winner will be facing off against Movistar Koi on Saturday. And then G2 will be waiting in our summer final on Sunday, the 28th. It's going to be an amazing weekend. Thank you for being here in the studio, all the fans this entire year. We really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping up the energy. And we'll see you all in Madrid to close out the year. Bye-bye. Adios.
I pulled out a little caps wave from my repertoire.
You didn't do the... Look at the humble there. How many first? Look. What? Are we gonna... Oh, no!
think we reach. I think we reach. Oh, they're going mid, guys. Full mid, okay?
Base. We need to fight here.
I need to go ulti on the Taliyah, guys. I need to ulti on her.
Yeah, that's fine. We win here.
Go Xin Zhao.
We kill her and come into.
I can go more. No fear.
She's
Enemy will die.
we can end mid probably.
Yeah. I'm 1 HP. I need to run though.
Can we fight? I'm on the Gorgi.
No flash for Johnny.
Gorgi. 1 HP.
No flash to Johnny. I need to wait though. I'm not
I put them up. Help. Guys, help. Better Johnny.
I think no flash. Yeah.
No flash.
I'm here.
Look, bro. I'm on Ori.
I have ulti soon.
I need help. Hold me.
Yeah. 1 second. I got the Drake. Yeah, we can go more.
Gorgi is there.
Look at Ori, Oscar. Ori is there.
Look here with me.
You have something here? I can follow here. Nice, guys. Playing this game. One more, okay?
I'm coming too.
You can auto lose.
Nice. Good job. Nice.
Nice and take. Take it.
Next second TP. Nice. Yeah, come. Wait. Next is coming, guys. Don't leave too much. Nice.
I'll just have a flash.
I'm in this. Block for me.
I got one here.
Oh, look.
Let's go, boys. We're going Madrid.
G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Here comes the cruise storm. Knockback, instant combo punch. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend. Bye.